Hello and good morning from Uppsala, Sweden. I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Harald Schüssler. Hey, today we're here a lot earlier, 10 a.m. It is a double round. How are you? You don't have to fake it. I'm sure the yawns, at least for me, will come soon enough. How are you today?
Fine and excited.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Yesterday, I think the day you were here, we were treated to the longest round, the most fighting with this endgame between Isaac and Khan that took forever, but
Almost spoiled our dinner.
I
Mm.
know. Almost spoiled the Blitz tournament as well. I think the Blitz tournament was won by the international master from Slovakia, Sahiri. So congratulations to him. First off, before we dive into the games, let's have a quick look at the pairings, starting with the GM group. Today, Isaac, he's on 0 out of 5. A very tough start to the tournament for him. He's playing against Tiger. What do you expect from that game?
It's a very difficult psychological situation for Isaac as why even if he's white here.
Mm,
Tiger is, well, you hear it.
yeah,
He's a tiger.
he is a tiger, and I remember two nights ago I went for dinner with Tiger and Carl Frederick, and it was that day when he had been the first person to be held to draw by Khan. Khan was also on 0 out of 3 up to that point. And Carl said something to Tiger. You were nice to him, and Tiger said, "But I don't want to be nice." So I also expect the same today. Not, of course, not to be nice, but to be nice on the chessboard. I don't think there's any thoughts at all for Tiger or for any, competitive chess player. Oh, this guy is struggling. Let's be nice today. None of that. So I expect another fighting game as every day. Then our tournament leader, he's on 4.5 out of 5, Platon Galperin. You mentioned it yesterday. All he needs now to get the GM norm is to draw his way to the tournament, but he's black against Kazakowski, one of the higher rated players in the event. Well, they actually very similarly rated, so we'll be curious to see what happens there. And then what do we have? Mihail Marin against Khan. We have Jung Min against Ludwig Carlsson, a clash of the two young Swedes, and also Milton Pansar will be white against Emil Mirzoev. The IM pairings, you can see them on the screen below. We'll get to that once we jump into the tournament. So, shall we go to the action? And we will start with the GM group and probably start with our leader, who is playing black here against Kazakowski. And let's see, what do we get?
There are lots of Catalans in this tournament.
An incredible amount, yeah.
And it's a bit surprising because that's an opening for a safe opening,
Yeah,
not for juniors
yeah.
really. And we have quite young players here. So
Yeah, the average age is, I think, what did Carl say? 6 or 7 of the players are 20 or younger,
mm,
something like that. So
mm,
really, really an incredibly young field.
mm.
But
If
sorry,
yeah,
I was just gonna say, I think for Platon it will suit him to play something quite solid as black, um, as sure today at least with the black pieces against a similarly weighted opponent, a draw would suit him just fine.
mm. No, I was just looking at the position here, and we just saw quite an odd looking bishop move,
Hmm.
which, however, is typical for uh, the way black can handle this opening, because the only problem black has in this opening, uh, in general,
Hmm.
it is the white squared bishop, which
Hmm.
is hidden behind several pawns. And now he solves that problem immediately, although he probably will have to give up his bishop pair,
Hmm.
but at least he will have an easy development.
Yeah, and well, exactly what you talk about happens here, 95 and bishop c6. So giving up the bishop here, as mentioned. White does capture that bishop, but as you say, at least all the pieces are out here. White castled. And maybe you can explain why we should not take that pawn with, I guess, either piece.
Well, at least not
No,
with the
at least not
queen,
with the queen.
because the queen will get lost.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And now, what
that's
about
quite a good start to warm up your brain. This kind of combination. I like that.
exactly. And also, well, speaking of warming up the brain, good morning to everyone who's already joined us so early in the day. Annette, Potpov, Maripand, Lali, good to see you
Mm.
all. And night takes.
Mm. Then white simply takes on b7, and the black pawn formation is not the best on the queen side. The
Yeah.
structure is spoiled,
And the
destroyed.
bishop becomes even stronger,
Yeah,
of course.
you can retreat it or you can play even
Yeah,
queen a4 check.
yeah. So either just bring it back. Oh, queen a4 check, also an option. So that explains why the pawn was not captured, and black instead plays queen d7, e3, and rook d8. And what do we think? How much of an advantage? You talked about it, the bishop here. So, well, for now, black is a pawn up, but this pawn.
Yeah, what what is good for black is that even though white has the bishop pair, those two bishops are not both
Mm-hmm,
active. Only the white squared bishop
mm-hmm.
has a
This
good
one is
spot.
still stuck for
Yeah,
now.
so as long as the position is closed
Mm-hmm,
with many remaining pawns on the board,
mm-hmm.
then black is fine.
Yeah.
And black will it will take white some time to get the pawn back. Perhaps he will play queen a4 and then take on c4. And in the meantime, perhaps black can either develop his bishop and castle, or even venture a move like e6, e5.
Interesting. Here immediately, yeah?
Well, I don't know, perhaps.
Mm-hmm,
I'm not sure about that, because
mm-hmm.
white can take it and then take on a7, perhaps. I'm not sure really what's going on there.
Yeah,
Something
this
like
could
this.
get messy quite quickly,
Yeah,
actually.
I can maybe play b5 now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure what's
Yeah.
happening. White has some problems to develop. You don't have, of course, you don't have to play
No,
e6,
of
e5.
course, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, some interesting opening. Let's see if I think Tiger's game. Let me refresh because when I hover over it, it looks like there is a different game there. Okay, so by the way, Harry and I have decided that very soon, once we've seen all the games, Harry will go into the playing hall and double check that the right games are assigned to the right people. So Isaac opening with e4 against Tiger and Tiger playing the Sicilian.
Yeah, and that's likely because he plays very often the
Mm-hmm.
Sicilian. Um, he knows a lot of theory, and
Yeah,
he likes dynamic, aggressive play.
yeah. He's also, of course, known for his modern, which I think most people in the world, when they hear the modern,
Mm,
will think of Tiger's modern, but as you mentioned, he's a very versatile player,
mm.
knows his theory well.
Sometimes he plays the French as well, so
Yeah.
he has quite a broad repertoire.
Mm. I think today it makes a lot of sense to play the Sicilian. I think it's also an indication that he wants to fight for the full point, get something, a fighting opening.
Mm.
So c4, and we see white going for some kind of Marochi bind structure. And
Yeah, no, normally you don't play as passive as this with black, because you
mhm,
don't want to allow c2, c4.
yeah,
You want to force white to go knight c3 first.
mm,
But okay, we have c4 on the board.
yeah, and we have both sides bringing out. Although Tiger has played a lot of pawn moves already, but there is no way I think white can punish this underdevelopment for now.
No, well, he has got some kind of an achievement, because he has got in c2, c4,
Hmm.
giving him space
Yeah.
advantage. tiger is fine with that, apparently. So this position, this type of position, is considered slightly better for white
Mm-hmm.
because of the more space advantage.
Yeah. What are the plans for black? I think for white, it's clear white is going to castle, bring out this bishop. What
Well, first of all, black has to develop,
mm-hmm.
and then he wants to threaten and irritate the pawns on c4 and e4
Mm-hmm.
with the pieces such as the bishop on b7 and perhaps a knight from b8 coming to c5 later on.
Mm-hmm. So we can imagine maybe
Yeah, yeah, something like
like
this.
this.
And then later on, at the right moment, he wants to play either b6 to b5
Mm-hmm.
or d6 to d5.
Mm-hmm. So one of these two pawn breaks. Of course, all of this is in the long term. I mean, Tiger, he's not someone who's afraid to take a lot of time to maneuver the pieces before going for any pawn breaks. I was telling Jesper the other day that I played against Tiger once in the Reykjavik Open a long time ago, around 10 years ago. And Tiger played the modern against me, and he did not cross the seventh rank for the first, I think, 26 moves. And I got very impatient, but yeah, Tiger, he's not afraid to wait for the best moment to strike, and he understands, of course, these positions very well. Question from F in the chat, and good morning to you and to Lone Wolf as well. Which do you think are the highlight games for this morning? I don't know if the question is meant before we have seen them. Of course, once we go through the openings, it's easier to understand where the action will most likely be coming from. But what pairings stand out to you this morning? What are you most interested in?
Well, I think this game could become really
Yeah.
interesting, not because of the struggle in the tournament so much, but because of this fight for the young Isaac
Mm-hmm.
with 5 lost games in a row.
Yeah.
How will he manage uh, to defend
Mm-hmm.
against such a strong grandmaster
Mm.
as Tiger?
I
That
saw.
will be interesting, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw that he's like, and I think he's sharing rooms with Milton here. They did not play in the Blitz tournament because I did go for a quick walk last night, bumped into them,
Mm.
which I we did say, to get some wins in the Blitz would make sense, but on the other hand, he played such a long game. The Blitz was 11 rounds of 3+2, so that was going to take a bunch of time.
Mm.
Um, and before the double round, so he made the decision together with Milton. They were not playing, although a lot of our top players, I have to say, were. Most of the rest. Tiger also did not play, but a lot of the other players were there.
Tiger, he doesn't like to play
Blitz.
blitz. No.
Okay, so we'll come back here. For now, let's move on. Maybe let's see Jung Min against Ludwig Carlsen. Today, this morning, we get some a fair share of Sicilians. And what?
This is a classical Sicilian
Yeah.
Richter Rauser. No crap such as A7, A6 or so. Just develop your pieces and play for general themes.
Yeah. So we see D6, E6, the knights are allowed, but Queen D2, and
Now it comes anyway,
now it
A6,
comes,
because
yeah.
you want to prevent knight D4 to B5 attacking
Hmm.
D6.
So A6 makes a lot of sense, but this, I'm very excited to see this queenside castles.
Mm.
I think, by the way, Jung Min, he is what, on 2.5? And with
Mm.
only 4 rounds, I mean, he will have to, it's a very tough task, but he has to win all the games
Yeah, and he wants at least to
to
improve
try.
his
Yeah,
position
yeah, in the standings.
in the standings. Yeah.
But I mean, he will also try. He will try here with the white pieces. I don't know who he has left to play, but he will, I'm sure, will try the best he can to get a win here. He's higher rated by around 80 points. and to give himself at least theoretical chances. So we've had these queenside castles, and black will
Mm,
probably go the other way.
mm. You have there are two possibilities for white now. And both involves the f2 pawn, which you can move either to f4 or to f3.
Hmm.
So if you move it to f3, it's because you want to strengthen e4 and prepare g2 to g4, later on followed by g4, g5. So that's
Hmm.
one way of playing. And the other is f2 to f4, and later on perhaps you will take on f6 at a good moment, and when black takes with a g7 pawn, you continue with f4, f5,
Hmm.
and try to attack e6.
Hmm.
E6 is a sensitive spot
Yeah.
in the black setup.
And we see that Jung Min has just decided to go for the setup with f3.
Mhm.
Uh,
Which is maybe the most aggressive, I would say.
and immediately, I guess these players are both booked up here. And Lone Wolf, thank you for the 100 bits. And another question from the chat. One wonders why Ludwig is still only a CM. Is he very young? I think all the players are very young, but Ludwig, at least from what I've seen, strikes me as the youngest
Yeah,
in
I'm
the.
not quite sure. I think you're right. But he has
Let
not
me
played
see.
that many tournaments abroad, which is necessary, of
To
course, to
get
achieve a title.
let me find out Ludwig's birth year. He is born in 2003. Not that, so he's 18, 17, 18.
Mm. Is that young?
Nowadays, no. Nowadays, you know, I think when I started out playing chess, I would say absolutely yes, very young.
Mm.
But these days, when you see these players 12, 13 years old,
Yeah.
um, I think, yeah,
When you're 15 or older, you're
you're
an
gone.
old man
Yes.
or woman.
You're past your prime.
Mm.
No, but I don't know. I think, for example, it could be that he wants to skip the FM title, which I'm sure he could have gotten a long time ago, and just wants to go straight for the IM title with almost 2400 in rating. I don't know, does he have any norms? But for sure he might be close.
Mm.
How many points? Ludwig actually is on 3 points. Let me very quickly open up the tournament website because I was reading last night about what do the norms. So Ludwig, he can score an IM norm with 4.5 points, and he is currently on 3. So
Mm.
he needs 1.5.
Yeah, a draw would be excellent here for him.
Absolutely, yeah. And so what will we get now? Will g4 follow quite shortly? Will white take some time? King b1?
Yeah, King B1 is always a move that you would like to do.
Mhm.
Um, there is one peculiarity with King B1 at some stage. Knight takes E4, and if white takes on E7, then knight takes
Mhm.
C3. Check is an intermediate move with check.
And it
Black
works
cannot take.
here immediately.
No,
Oh
no,
no.
it's not good here because white can take on, for instance, take on E4,
And
and then
g7 will
take on
hang.
G7, and later
Mhm.
on D6. So it's a
Yeah.
catastrophe, complete catastrophe. But if, for instance, if black first castles or
Yeah.
something,
Yeah.
knight takes E4 is something to look up. Watch out
So let's
for
say
castle maybe,
let's say
or
castle. Oh, okay. Let's say for the sake of argument, let's say for argument's sake, castle, king b1. And
now
now,
you can at least consider it.
yeah,
I'm not sure
yeah,
if it's good or not, but
yeah,
it's an idea.
it's an option.
Mm.
Okay, so another interesting, this will also, I guess, lead to a big fight here with white probably getting ready very soon to push.
Yeah, G4 is a logical move,
Hmm.
but maybe he considers something like bishop D3 or um, e5. I'm not sure that works here, but of course it's possible.
Let me see, are we still... So yeah, this position has been seen many times before, with h4 being the most played move.
H4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Followed by king b1.
And g4.
And g4 as well, yeah. So very likely we'll see one of these three moves.
H4 has a double purpose then, because it takes away all possibilities with knight takes e4, because now you
Bishop
can
will be
simply take
defended.
it and the
Yeah.
bishop is defended by
Yeah.
the pawn.
Yeah.
And also it contributes to white offensive on the king side, of course.
What's interesting to me is that Jung-min is the one who has spent more time, so maybe this particular Sicilian might have come as a surprise. Of course, we never know.
He's very booked up.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows too much. He has to choose from different ways of playing.
We will see what he goes for now. Let's continue our tour. Let's go to Khan Kukushari, who we saw win that long endgame yesterday against Isaac. And today he's playing black against Marin. Not an easy task on paper, but both players have not had the best of tournaments so far. Both of them on 1.5 out of 5. With Mihail Marin still chasing his first win, actually. He drew 3 games, lost 2, and Khan, well, he only had 1 draw, but then got that win yesterday. So let's see.
I mean, for Kuzuksari, I think 1.5. It's not a
Not so
catastrophe,
bad, absolutely.
but it is for
Yeah.
Marin,
Yeah.
who is a rather strong grandmaster.
Yeah, and I'm sure today with the white pieces, he will be chasing that. We got a symmetrical English. Well, at least started. In a way, it's not surprising, I think, for Mihail. We've seen him play these more, always more quiet positions where he's mostly looking for a game where he might later be looking to outplay his.
And he knows all the strategical concepts.
Yeah.
And in order to take advantage of that, to use his knowledge, he likes to get positions which are strategical and are not with no forced variations and so on.
By the way, Lone Wolf is saying, I hope it is the right board in Jungmin's game because he usually plays fast. Well, we will send Harry. We have 2 more games to look at, and then Harry will go and have a look.
See
so
if we will have a surprise.
Exactly. So a3, a5, stopping any b4 pushes more or less forever.
This setup for black, it's sometimes called the Botvinnik system. But in Sweden we prefer to call it the Tom Wedberg system, because there is a Swedish grandmaster who does not play very much nowadays, Tom Wedberg, who played this a lot and developed a lot of new ideas. And it became popular in Sweden. This
Very
opening
interesting. So what are
some
the
25,
ideas?
30 years ago.
What are the ideas for black?
The black idea is first to hamper white and prevent b2, b4, even if you have to give white a square on b5. I mean a7, a5, which he played, it looks a bit ugly. But black's idea is to play knight to e7, castle and bishop e6, and then rook b8, and then either d6, d5, or b7, b5, depending on the situation. Some players treat this system in quite another way. For instance, Thomas Ernst, who is playing in another tournament here, he plays often f7, f5, f4, just to attack. But Wedberg's concept is based on d6, d5, or b7, b5.
And interestingly, Khan played d5 immediately without having castle, without having...
This happened, or?
This happened, yeah.
Yeah, according to Wedberg's old theory, white has made some mistake here, because
if you can get in
d5. You see this knight on c2. It should have been on e3 to prevent it. So white could have played without castle, for instance, and played knight something else
Yeah.
to prevent that.
Yeah.
Black had got time enough to
Interesting.
get in d65.
Yeah. By the way, Hammerhead, I certainly wasn't with the Chess Bros earlier. I was hosting the Chess Bros, so maybe you came to my channel and saw the Chess Bros, but I'm pretty far removed, pretty far away from Canada, and a different setting. I saw they were having a nice party. Here, it's the show that we were seeing. Even Harry saw it on my screen before we started, and he said, "What's this?" Those were the chess bros having a good time in the middle of the night over in Canada. Here it's 10:30 in the morning and we're looking at some classical over the board chess, so different vibe. And stand by the sea. Thank you so much for the sub. So d5, as you said, a success for black to get that in.
Yeah, according to Tom Wedberg and
Mm-hmm.
his theories, but of course it's no catastrophe for
Mm-hmm.
this. But the knight on c2 looks a bit stupid.
Mm-hmm. Actually, we have a strong player in the chat with us, and he is saying, although the theory says knight f3 is the strongest here, that he prefers e3 and knight e2 to meet this Botvinnik setup.
Yeah, if black plays the Botvinnik setup, which we don't know at this stage,
Yeah.
then it's better to have a knight on e2 because it has better contact with d5.
Mm-hmm.
From
Yeah.
f3, it has a long walk to get to
To
d5.
Yeah, it's funny in chess because I think to players who are just starting out, it feels, oh, the knight is quite close to d5, but in fact, these are some of the hardest squares when they are diagonally like this, two squares away, very hard to cover that square. Okay, so
Who suggested knight e2?
Mr. Anton Korobov
Ah.
is doing us the honor of being with us here this morning. So yeah, d5, and we had some exchanges here on d5, and now comes knight e3. Would have been better to have the knight there before, as you said.
And now I guess black will move away the knight on d5 to avoid exchanges.
Yeah.
Because if we look at knight on e3, well, it's centrally placed, but it's in the way somehow for the
Yeah.
bishop on c1, and it's a bit clumsy on e3.
So you would say this an opening success for black?
Well, a minor success, but I think he's quite okay.
Yeah. So this is the position on the board right now. Black has already gotten in d5. Will he still be looking to also play b5 if he can?
It depends because it weakens the pawn on c5, and sometimes you just want to play b6 to protect it.
Yeah.
It depends. If you want to gain space, then it's good to play b5, but you have to do it to take care of the pawn on c5 somehow.
Yeah.
So if you're afraid of losing that, then you should avoid b5. But b5, fine, it's a normal move.
Okay, so that is the position on the board right now, and the last game we haven't seen yet is Milton with the white pieces against Emil Mirzoev. Is Milton a d4 player?
Yes.
Okay,
so it could be right.
that is good at least. That is good at least. Um, yeah, Mr. Jabava, he has done a lot of dancing. I'm not sure, it's not in my immediate plans to join that, but we will see. Okay, so what do we have here?
It looks like a Benoni,
Yeah.
of course, and it probably is a Benoni too. Let's see what happens.
Knight c3, g6.
Which is a bit unusual. Normally you take on d5 and get
Okay.
a traditional Benoni.
But here Mirzoev going for g6, and now we get something slightly different.
Yeah, and the difference is that if black takes later on d5, white has a chance to take with the e4 pawn if he wishes. If he had taken earlier, before e2, e4,
Yeah,
then of course white had to take with the c4 pawn.
yeah. So now with e4, if black were to capture.
It's possible to take
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah. Black played bishop g7, h3,
Mm.
castles, bishop d3, knight a6.
Mm. He wants to confuse white a little bit and
Yeah.
keep different options, but later on I'm sure he will take on d5. Although also possible is e6, e5. It depends on how white has developed his pieces.
Well, we will see for now white castles, which of course makes a lot of sense. Knight c7, rook e1, and rook b8. So black still not giving anything away.
But
Oops.
for instance, now when white has moved his rook on e1 to e1, then e6, e5 has some potential because white wants to later on after e6, e5, white wants perhaps prepare f2, f4,
And then
and
it
then
would
you
make more sense to have the
would
rook.
prefer to have a rook on f1, correct?
Okay, so that is the position on the board. Harry,
Yep.
shall we send you on an explorer mission? So for those of you who are not sure where Harry is going, yesterday we had some troubles with the live boards. We only realized after around 3 hours that we had all the wrong. We had been looking at all the right games, but with the wrong names on them. So Harry will go and make sure. Maybe Axel, can you just close it? I know, but we can't close the door. Okay, I'm just not gonna talk about. We can leave it open. I'll just not talk about anything chess related because the players could be hearing us, which would not be ideal. Although, as you all know, I'm not using an engine, so I'm not sure how much they could use my expert solo analysis. I think what I will do is I will go and very quickly see, do we have any? I've been missing. Oh, is that true? Did we already have one draw in this IM group? But there are no moves? Axel, this will be your job when Harry returns to see did Lord Kipanidze and Falkeval really end in a draw already. I'm not sure because there are no moves, but let's see. Let's see what happens. Did we already have one draw in the IM group or no?
Just about did we just regarding the it was issued yesterday
Okay.
that we bought.
Yeah, I think Harry went to have a look. So what do we have? We have some e4 action here. I'll just quickly, every day I've been desperate to find some e4, e5. I also see this is also wrong. Let me refresh this as well because this says 1-0, which I don't think is the case. No e4, e5. As an e4 player, did I ask Harry about the story? Who is the best, Harry or Gary? Harry is back. I'll just be quiet for now and we'll wait. I thought it was a joke question, Mr. Savon. If it's a genuine question, I'll have to ask him. So, Harry,
Good news.
it's all correct?
Yeah, in the GM group. It's
Fantastic.
okay.
Did you all the games are still ongoing, yeah? Because I think we have a couple of issues with a couple of boards in the other groups, but it's not a big deal. Maybe they will sort themselves out later. Axel, maybe we can put the standings of the IM group 1, and then we'll have a quick look at the games that we have there. Harry, meanwhile, there is a question from Mr. Zabon in the chat, and it's about a story from 1981, and the question is, who is the best Harry or Gary?
Oh, yes. Um, I was paired against Gary Kasparov in the student Olympiads in Graz,
Uh-huh.
Austria, and before the game, Gary or Harry, if you wish, he said to me that, well, finally we'll decide who is the best Harry in the world.
And what happened in the game?
Unfortunately, I
He.
was number two.
It's very funny. Okay, so let's see this game between Edwin Trost and Sami Sahidi, who won the Blitz tournament last night. So he will be going into this game today confidently, I'm sure. Are we? No, we're not gonna get another.
Catalan.
Yeah, not another Catalan. But what is actually this delayed Queen's Gambit accepted? Is this
It's very modern. This.
okay?
It's very. Um, everyone plays it nowadays. This.
I'm very curious if the times are correct and both players have taken so long to get here.
Mm.
Could also be the morning rounds, could always be that one player arrives a little bit late.
Mm.
But yeah, it looks like this is what's
Mm.
going on, and now e5.
It's quite an aggressive setup. You put the bishop on b4, and of course you then put pressure on e4. That's why white moved the pawn, not to lose it.
Yeah,
You can even sacrifice the pawn, but
interesting.
e4, e5 is logical. And now black later on wants to play probably c7, c5, not to get just a cramped position.
So that might, does it go to d5 or where does it go?
I guess so. d5 or e4 is also possible.
I saw a game very similar to this in the Irish Championship in one of the, not the main group, but the amateur groups. It wasn't exactly this position, but very similar, and white played queen a4 and black resigned.
Ah,
On move, it was move 6.
a bit
And
premature.
knight c6, yeah, was an option, but
Too early in the morning.
exactly. Is queen a4 an option here? Doesn't really do so much at all.
No, it doesn't
It only actually
contribute so much.
no.
But I guess knight d5 is a more normal move
95
here.
has been played, yeah. So knight
It's a
d5.
better square for the knight.
Yeah.
It's more
Now,
solid
how do
there.
we defend? Do we play bishop d2? Do we?
Bishop d2 is normal, but there are so many weird lines in this system. So I'm not sure what he will do, but bishop d2.
Okay, well, we'll come back here. We will try and make a little faster tour of the IM groups. So next up, we've got Jan Johansson playing white against Hilmir Heimisson. And every time I'm paranoid it will be another Catalan, but no, we just get, what is this,
This is the same, similar system as we just saw.
is this the Ragozin? I never for the life of me know.
Hmm?
I'm so bad with opening. Is this
This is a Nimzo-Indian Queen's Gambit
just with a difference?
hybrid.
Okay, yeah. And bishop g5 was played h6.
And now, of course, it's possible to play bishop h4, but then you get a very complicated position, very theoretical position with g5, bishop g3, knight e4. It's really complicated. And Jan Johansson, as I said yesterday, he knows absolutely zero theory, so he just wants to play something very calm.
So yeah, he refrains and he just takes on f6. Why does white give up the bishop pair here so early?
Well, he gains time, of course, and the queen on f6, it's not
the best square.
Yeah, it's awkwardly placed. and white can now prepare e4 at a later stage, or he can get the setup with taking after taking on d5, e takes d5, where he has he can start a minority attack later on with a3, b4, for instance. He has a very good bishop left on f1, which has free spaces because pawns are on black squares.
Yeah.
So it's very easy position for white to play this.
Question from F. Is this different to the Queen's Indian?
Yeah, in the Queen's Indian, normally the knight is not on c3. And then of course you get positions where it's both openings, and it's a matter of taste if you name it Queen's Indian or Nymph's Indian.
So as you said, more of a hybrid, this one that we're looking at. Queen b3 was played, attacking the bishop on b4
and attacking d5 as well.
Oh, very good point. And attacking d5. So c5 counter-attacking. Here's an e3.
Now, of course, white could have played c takes d5, trying to
unbalance.
Yeah, it's possible, but black will maybe, well, I don't know what he will do. Take on d4 is possible, or he will take on d5 and just sacrifice a pawn. So, but that's too risky, according to Jan Johansson. He just plays calmly.
Is the calm e3. Hilmi has taken a lot of time if the clocks here are correct, and they probably are correct. Knight c6, and now he takes on c5.
Well, everything is possible. White has a very sound position, so he can place any move without big risk.
Do we just recapture?
But then I think white will grab the pawn on d5.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So maybe not.
So then what do we do?
He can take on c4. It's an option.
And if
you take with bishop, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you don't lose the pawn at least on d5. Then maybe castle, or you play even take on c5. White is slightly better, I guess, in any way.
Yeah. But probably something, exactly what Jan wanted.
Yeah, he wants something easy.
He will be quite happy here. So we'll come back here later. For now, let's go to Adrian Söderström against Martin Jokstad. And this time again, this a6, which is very fashionable. When Jesper was here, I said, Nils Guandelius, your #1 player. I think he's one of the experts in this a6. I know he's recorded a whole video course on this topic for my good friend Ginger GM. So he called it the Magnus Queen's Gambit Declined. Magnus, who was, I think, the #1 player again to start this trend of playing a6.
And often you combine it with h6, which is
and
a bit odd.
Actually, we're gonna see that right here, line of 3 and h6.
The idea is, of course, with h6 is to prevent bishop g5, so that you can put the knight on a very decent square, f6, and protect your pawn on d5 and control e4.
Yeah, it looks strange at first, but I think this is just the new wave of chess, where I think maybe 30 years ago, if players would play like that, it would be regarded a bit strangely.
They would take them out of the playing hall. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but why is this possible? It's because the white system lacks aggressive aggressive moves for white here. The only option is to play e4 to open up the position, but that looks maybe a bit premature here.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, then black can allow himself or herself to lose one or two moves.
Yeah. Uh, F is asking, A6 feels rather passive for a club level player, and there is no piece development. Do you recommend it at the lower levels?
No.
So Harry says no. I think if you buy Niels's course, I'm sure he will say yes, but yeah, maybe I sort of agree. At least it looks more like you need to have somewhat deeper understanding. It's sure that if it's for sure if you teach someone
Yeah,
more the
if you,
basics, you tell them get out your pieces, don't play too many
and I guess
pawn
the
moves.
best way to learn the system is to watch Nils'
Nils's
video.
course, absolutely. No, I think he's really recorded some great material. So for anyone who is interested, you can, oops, sorry, you can just head on over to gingergm.com and the course is there. So g3, knight f6, and now, as you mentioned, bishop g5 is not possible. So bishop g2, bishop d6, castles.
And now bishop d6 is possible because normally you need to put the bishop on e7 because the knight on f6 will be pinned by the bishop on g5. But now it's not necessary to have a bishop on e7. So instead you put it on a slightly more aggressive square, d6. And also, what is white going to do with the bishop on c1? Well, it can go to f4, but if you do that, then black is ready to take it if necessary.
Yeah,
I think I played in the Rilton Cup. We had this online cup last New Year's Eve, more or less. And I played as white against Joel Benjamin from the US. And he played like, I think we have this position.
Very interesting. And what did you do with
No,
your bishop?
I played an early knight f4, and it looked quite good. I was totally unprepared.
I mean,
I hadn't
bishop
watched
f4.
Bishop f4, yeah. Sorry, not knight. And I was slightly better, but it was a draw in the end.
Well, let's see, because I see bishop f4 has been played, but not immediately. First queen b3, c6, defending the pawn. No, but he played knight e5 first, and then bishop f4. Okay, my first question is, what if I attack that bishop?
That's a good question. Do we have this position on the board before knight h5?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible to play knight h5. I mean, if black takes on f4, white can take with a pawn, and it's no big deal because you cannot follow up with f7, f6 because white goes knight e5 to g6.
Okay, let's make, for example, a move. I'm dreaming of some attack, Harry. Something like this. But probably it's just a dream.
I'm not afraid.
No.
White goes e3.
And as soon as I move my bishop, this is a problem. No, okay, you've already.
Well, it's possible to play something like bishop h3, but it's. I mean.
What if you just take?
Then you take on e5, perhaps. Now queen g4 is threatened.
Okay, yeah.
White can take on h3, and maybe we'll have a draw by repetition after queen takes h3. And queen f3 check. But bishop h3 was possible, perhaps.
Yeah. So let's.
But if white does not, after knight h5, if white is uncomfortable with that pawn structure after g takes f4, then he has to play something like bishop e3, sacrificing the pawn on the e5. And I guess that's possible too. I'm not sure what he will do now, but it looks possible. With maybe, what do you think?
I would not give up.
You,
I'm
you,
always very. I'm not. I'm a player who doesn't understand. I'm not who doesn't understand. I understand it, but I find it hard. I'm happy to give up a pawn if I get some immediate attack or something a bit more tangible. These long term, long term, I find a bit harder to grasp. And here, if I look at the position with white, I feel.
but for instance, if white plays something weird here, it looks very crazy. But bishop c5, so you go with something like rook e8 or f4. It looks stupid, I know. But my idea is to follow up with e4 and try to get some initiative here. e4, is it possible? Or is it simply bad? I don't know.
It is true. I mean, this knight is completely out of play, and my queen side is still completely undeveloped. Yeah, maybe this is.
It's a bit unclear. It's
Yeah.
easy for us to suggest it here, but in the
Of
playing
course.
hall, maybe
It's a
we're
different story.
reluctant.
Well, also, black has not played knight h5 yet. What if we just want to... But this is a little bit annoying. How do we... Although... Right, the queen defends this.
Maybe you just keep your bishop for a while on c8 to protect that.
Can I play knight d7?
Yeah, that's quite a normal move. Because that knight, the beast on e5, it is irritating for black to have it there, and you want to neutralize
Get
it
rid of,
if possible.
Yeah. Knight h5 has been played.
Ah, interesting. So maybe we'll have that on the
Yeah.
board, which we discussed.
This will be very interesting. We will come back here, see how Adrian reacts. But for now, let's see the last game we haven't seen yet. That is Maria Yugina against Theodore Keneskog. And Maria today opens with e4. We've seen her play more sort of some bird, I think bird systems with f4 because she played a lot of those systems. She played with both colors. And look at this, e4, c5, bishop e2. I don't know if I've ever seen that move.
I've seen it. It's not the first time, but still it's very unusual, of course.
Yeah, like I think, sorry. The other day, was it with you or was it yesterday that we had this knight e2?
Yesterday, yeah.
But none of that. Here we have bishop e2. And what will the idea be? d3? Okay, I guess the idea is just let's play
slowly.
chess. Yeah.
And now maybe queen c2, I guess, to protect e4.
And now f4.
It's well, risky.
Yeah. Takes, bishop g7. It's weird somehow to have this c3 and...
Yeah, but c3, it's nice because it gives your queen a good square on c2, and it also controls d4 in particular.
Yeah. b6, king h1, and queen c7.
Black slowly puts himself in a position where he can attack e4 and b4 with bishop b7 and so on, and perhaps play e5 at some stage, but primarily he wants to attack e4.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back here. I'm not sure if I love this for white. I mean, this e4 f4 I love playing, although over the board I've made myself stop. But online Blitz, I love playing the Grand Prix. But I need this knight usually here. And my queen somewhere here.
Now the knight will probably go to a3. Because,
and target.
Yeah, and if you go to d2, then queen takes f4 might be possible.
Yeah, very true. This is a pawn I've lost a few times in my life, and
Everyone has, I guess.
yeah. Okay, we'll see what Maria comes up with for now. Let's see the other IM group, and let's bring up the standings as well. We've already had one result here, so let's just bring up the standings for the IM2 group. And there we go. And we've had one draw from what I can see, the game between Leo Krevatin and Kim Nygren.
Repetition of moves, it
Yeah,
seems.
that's very quickly. We won't discuss too much what happened since the game is over, but yeah, the players repeated moves here, and that game is over. We also have one game that's not working, at least for now. So we only have 3 games to look at, and let's start with Vignir Stefansson against Alexander Hacht. And what is this Kim Nygren and Leo? How are they getting on? Leo is having a great tournament so far. He was on 3.5 out of 5, so now 4 out of 6. And Kim is on 1.5 now, 1.5 out of 6. But for Leo with the black pieces, I think. I know with the white pieces. Still, I never judge too harshly on these double round days. And let's see, Vignir Stefansson from Iceland playing against Alexander Hacht, and we got a Queen's Gambit accepted, which we also haven't seen too much in this tournament. Alexander Hacht, by the way, also together with Isaac, the only other player who's on 0 out of 5. And struggling so far. Not an easy task today playing Vignir Stefansson with the black pieces, but let's see. 92.
This is an unusual move. Normally you put it on c3. There is a good thing with knight bd2, but it is that knight will not be in reach for the b7 pawn, which it is if placed on c3.
So knight b5 comes anyway. Bishop e2. Knight bd7. And a4 immediately, asking black some questions here about the pawns, and b4. And now we also, I mean, this knight will get a lovely...
Yeah, if you play, for instance, a5 with white, then you can follow it up with knight c4 and get some kind of grip on the queen side.
Instead, Vignir played e4.
Aggressive.
Yeah. Bishop b7 and e5. And now knight c4.
It's possible, of course.
Bishop e7. But what is this?
Bishop e7 is to develop.
Bishop g5, and the idea is that, okay, maybe you can take first.
No, check
Doesn't
is
matter.
fine.
Checker, check.
Take on b7 now.
Take on b7. And this looks quite good for white, I guess.
I guess black will not take on g5.
Yeah, he didn't take. He castled.
Yeah, it's sensible.
Yeah. Vignir took on e7. Knight takes, and rook c1. Takes on d4. Queen takes, and knight f5.
It looks impressive for white,
Yeah.
with a pawn on e5 and a knight on c4, ready to jump to d6. But on the other hand, the black pieces are quite well placed. For instance, the bishop on b7, and so.
Yeah.
So it's not that clear that white is better here, I would say.
So let's see, knight b6, challenging the knight on c4, and rook d1, hitting the queen on d8.
And this is the actual position. Yeah. So black can now play either bishop d5 or queen c7, I guess.
Queen c7, you're not afraid. And if I
Yeah, it looks very bad.
go here,
Yeah, it's good for white. You have to
Yeah.
play bishop d7,
d5.
d5, sorry.
Yeah. Of course, the reason why the queen cannot go anywhere else is because this knight would then be undefended. So,
Mm.
yeah, this might be the only. But, oof, it looks so. Can I not take here
And then take
and
on
take
d5.
on d5?
Yeah. Yes, you can. It doesn't work. You cannot play. Good refutation.
But then is
Then you
black
have to.
just in big trouble
You
already?
can play go knight d5. Then suddenly that's the only move.
Knight d5. Somehow the whole position looks shaky, but maybe knight d5 is fine.
It's a bit shaky, yes, but
Where do we go?
well, I would say to g4. Where do you want to go?
Yeah, I like that.
But what is White's plan here? It's not that obvious, is it? Maybe bishop d3 to activate the bishop, threaten f5. And what is Black's plan?
That's a great question.
Rook c8 or something like that, or
Yeah, knight d5 has been played.
And now perhaps bishop d3, which it looks better for White. I think something has gone wrong for Black. He had to place more precisely before a few moves back.
And actually, Mr. Korobov is saying. So what did we say here? We said sorry, queen g4. Saying h5 here is tricky. h5 where?
Interesting.
Here, right now.
Yeah. But is it good if you simply take it and knight f4? That's the idea, I guess. And then take on d8. What now? Now he takes on d8. Rook. Yeah, either rook take on d8. That's Korobov's idea, I guess.
And then this is still.
Yeah, and it's not clear. White has to go queen g5. Yeah, king f1. Yeah. And now black is fine.
So h5. Very interesting.
Black is better here.
Yeah.
So h5 is
You say
nice
maybe
move.
after h5 White should exchange the queens, but that
he has to, in fact, I would say. Has to go probably queen e5. Of course, queen e4 is possible, but it's a weird square. So queen e5, what happens then? Black takes.
Actually, after knight d5, Stefan has played queen d2.
Maybe he wants to avoid this. Yeah, so he saw h5.
Yeah.
Very tricky move by Korobov.
Yeah.
Very good.
So queen d2, allowing none of those h5 possibilities, which actually was very nice. Very nice move.
But this is kind of a success for Black.
Yeah.
To have force White to go to d2 where it blocks the rook. And maybe White is still slightly better, but it's not that clear.
Yeah.
Because the black pieces are well placed.
I have to say I'm quite impressed how Black managed to maneuver his way out of what was looking a little bit shaky. He's played a5, and yeah, I think this position,
Maybe slightly better for white, but
yeah, but nothing too bad. Okay, moving on to the other Icelander in the group, Dago Ragnarsson, who's playing against William Olsson. And what do we get now? We get a Slav. Queen b3. And what is this? On some...
this is for players that wants to play without risk as white, who prefers to play very solid chess without involving themselves in long lines of theory.
And Kuronity, Mr. Korbov is doing us. We have the honor of having Anton in the chat with us this morning. He is not some presence here. Unfortunately, it would be great to have Anton with us in Sweden, but he's in the chat. So G3, B5. This is the kind of move that I always, without knowing the opening, I find hard to understand, especially with Bishop G2 coming, that you would weaken yourself.
But it's b5. The idea is to play c6, c5 quite quickly. And without c6, c5, it looks really stupid to play b5. But if you know that, well, c5 is coming, then it's acceptable to play b5. And the advantage with b5 is that you get a square at b7 for your bishop to neutralize the white bishop on g2 later on.
And that's exactly what happens. Bishop b7, bishop g2, knight d7.
Black now prepares c6, c5, but of course he has to be careful.
Maybe play
because
a6 or something.
b5 is hanging.
So castles, queen b6.
Protecting b5.
Knight c3, bringing one more attacker, and once again defending b5 again. Now a4.
Yeah, we can see the struggle here. If white hadn't played a4, black would have reacted with c6, c5. But now b5 is hanging.
Yeah. So now rook c8, just stepping out of the a file, also bringing one more supporter.
I'm not sure about rook c8, but b4 is possible as well. Then maybe a5, queen a7. Well, maybe he doesn't like that, but it's maybe possible.
So rook c8. Why do you not like it so much?
Because it doesn't do so much.
That's a good reason. Bishop e3, aligning those two pieces, and knight d5, blocking any kind of d5 pushes. And now the structure has changed.
Yeah, now this c6, c5
is gone.
possibility is gone, and we have a more or less symmetrical pawn structure where the question of who is better developed is important. And I don't, maybe white is slightly more developed here. So maybe white has a minimal edge, I would say. And also the bishop on b7 is a bit passive.
Yeah, so let's see. We will come back here. For now, we will have a look at the last game we haven't seen, and then we'll take our first break of the day. The last game is Konstantin Bovsuk from the Ukraine against Joachim Nilsson. Bovsuk is the tournament leader currently on 4 out of 5. And Joachim Nilsson also having a great tournament on 3.5. What does Joachim need for an The problem is in this group, because the average rating is quite low. I think in this group the IM norm is at 7 points out of 9.
And how many does he have?
3.5. So I know it's still possible. So he
It's
needs
possible,
three and a
yeah.
half out of 4. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that he's yet ready for that step. So
Well,
maybe he treats this tournament as a preparation for becoming stronger.
I think yeah. Today in today's game, it will not be. I mean, it's a big task, black against Borsuk. So I don't think he's thinking so much of the norm, but just to try his best here in this game. B3, so we see once again a different setup here. With white looking to fianchetto that queenside bishop. What is this setup? Does this have a
Name?
yeah?
I don't know.
It's quite rare to
The
see.
Swedish top grandmaster, or grandmaster at least, Evgeny Agrest, he used to play this quite a lot. Also, it's popular among other players.
Interesting.
Yusupov played it a long time ago.
Yusupov, who was here in Uppsala just last week, giving some lessons to some of the young players here. We had an exchange on d5, and now both players just developing their pieces, and d4. d4, black took. So black ends up with this isolated pawn on d5. Rook e8, 92, bishop d6. White is taking some ground on the queen side and bringing the rook to c1, and that is the position on the board right now.
Yeah, black's setup involves an isolated pawn on d5, which of course can become weak. On the other hand, it gives black dynamic play. Black has an option to put the knight on e4 perhaps later on, and also white does not have too much space for his pieces here.
Yeah.
So it's quite logical that black plays knight c6 to e5, which he did last move here, because he wants to avoid trades. He wants to keep pieces and let the big pieces do the work, not the pawns.
Yeah.
And one sensitive square for white is h2, which could be attacked at some point.
This bishop, do we want to exchange that maybe to try and get the knight here, or do we want to keep it, and if so, where do we want to put it?
Well, there are not so many other places to put it on, so bishop g4 is an option, of course. Or you can just keep it on c8 for a while. It depends on how white reacts here. But of course, bishop g4 is an option.
It's black to move, right? So
yeah, maybe he will go for that. It's possible.
Okay, we will come back here. Let's just see that everything is still going in the GM group. We will take a quick break and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
And then we will explain why the black knight
is on A8.
Yeah.
So stay tuned to find more about that knight on A8 and see you in 10 minutes. And we are back after our little coffee break, stroll in the playing hall break. We're back and we're back with the GM group, which we haven't seen in a little while. Let's start with this Milton Panzer against Emil Mirzoev game. Just before the break, we saw a knight on E8, on A8. So let's see, Harry, how did that knight land there? So we have had left things off after rook E1.
Mhm. Yes, and Black continues with this sort of guerrilla tactic where he leaves White no. He wants to keep all options open, so White will fumble in the dark, and he just prepares b5 and but perhaps he will play b5, perhaps not. So rook b8 was the last move. Bishop g5. Yeah.
H6, immediately asking that bishop where it will go. The bishop drops back. Where did the... Oh, it came from C1. So was it beneficial for white to include to uh, to provoke black into playing H6?
Normally, it's a good thing for White that Black has to weaken his kingside pawn structure, and more concrete, g6 is weakened by this move h7, h6. But of course, sometimes it could be helpful for Black to have the pawn on h6, for instance, if he wants to go g6, g5 or so. But normally, it's beneficial for the White position. Yeah.
So finally, black makes up his mind what he wants to do in the center.
And that's not obvious. That it's not clear that that is the natural course. I mean, it is possible to play also e6, e5, and try to get in f7, f5, although White might stop it with g2, g4. But e6, e5 would have been an option, at least.
Yeah. So instead, he took on d5, e takes, and b5.
Yeah. And it's not really a sacrifice, because if you take on b5, then d5 is very weak and Black can even take it straight away.
Maybe with the other bishop, no?
I don't know, with c7 knight, for instance.
And here black would be more than fine, I guess.
Yeah, normally it's more valuable to have a central pawn than to have a pawn like the one on b5.
Yep.
So it looks fine for Black.
So white did not take, instead played queen d2, hitting h6, and black captured on c4, bishop takes, and king h7, defending that pawn. Rook d1, and here comes our move, knight a8.
Yeah. Well, first of all, with rook d1, White overprotects the square d5 and the pawn there. That's a bit of a Nimzowitsch style move, rook a d1. And knight a1, the purpose is to attack d5, but from another square, where it also hits the defender on c4.
And b3, interesting. So this indicates that white will be happy to give up this bishop.
Maybe.
No, sorry. No, not happy to give up that bishop. Bishop d3, and the idea is that if black were to take, I guess we can take and take here.
And Black takes with the pawn. Yeah, and now we have equal number of pawns, but the pawn on d6 is extremely weak, and White also threatens to take on c5 with the bishop.
Yeah, so this would not be advisable for black.
It's not. It was not completely clear, but it was good for White. Yeah. Black can play bishop b7 or something, but it looks good for White. I agree.
Bishop e7, yeah. No, although.
But c5 is hanging, so it looks favorable for White.
How?
You take on d6.
Sorry, yeah, of course, yeah. Even if we take here.
No, maybe simply take on c5.
Oh, it's simply take.
And now rook d7 or something like that. It's white has the initiative here.
Yeah. Okay, so after bishop d3, black played bishop b7, bringing one more attacker to the pawn on d5.
Yeah, and now it's getting critical for that pawn. White probably will maybe sacrifice it, but in a way that gives him compensation. For instance, he can try to attack d6 or something. I don't know. Or he retreats with bishop to c4.
That would be
a concession somehow.
Lone Wolf is sad that it went wrong so quickly for Edwin. Let me quickly see. Edwin, that's the
Swedish young talent.
Which game is that?
I think we had some game with bishop b4 style.
Ah, yes. Let's very quickly, and then we'll come back. Edwin. Is this so terrible? We can come back here in a bit. But
it looks pretty normal.
Yeah.
So black has a pawn more, but white has pressure on b5.
Yeah.
So
it's not
look that catastrophic.
Why are you so concerned, Lone Wolf? At least it doesn't look. We'll come back here, but for now, let's stay with the GM group. Let's see Isaac against Tiger. So Tiger, we had left it off somewhere. Somewhere here. Bishop b7. Now queen d3, protecting the pawn. d6 and f4.
Quite a ambitious setup for white, because sometimes you just consolidate, develop your pieces and protect c4 and e4, which are vulnerable pawns, and after that you are thinking about how to attack. But white does it the other way around. And Isaac Storme is an attacking player, so it's perhaps no surprise. On the other hand, he has lost all his games and would love to get the half point here. So maybe a bit surprising.
Now also b4. Look at all those pawns.
It looks bad, b4.
Storming up the board.
The idea with b4 is to prevent knight c5, I guess. Attacking both the queen and the knight on the pawn on e4. But b4 allows a5.
Which is what Tiger played, yeah.
I don't understand this.
But a5 giving up the square on b5.
But you play queen b8.
And bishop a3.
I don't like this.
Okay, we get a real mess here. d5.
Very ambitious, of course. Black wants to hit b4 with a bishop on f8 and threaten a takes b4 with a
double attack.
Double attack.
So white captures. Okay. Oof. Now we are going to have to start activating. It's time for our brains to wake up here. What is going on?
Well, white will probably lose a piece, but maybe white can play e4, e5 in order to put the knight on e4, depending on what black does, or play bishop h5 check. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Okay, so e5. It is true, this knight doesn't have too many squares. Do I have to just go back?
We don't like that move, do we?
No.
We have Black has a free move here, bishop's free developing move, bishop c5 check. Maybe he doesn't have to play it straight away, but it's a
It's there.
resource.
Yeah.
Mm.
By the way, didn't play e5, play queen c4.
Mm. I like e5, but of course I haven't analyzed it. Um,
I mean, e5 looked very tempting. I agree with you.
okay, but maybe queen c4 is good. Of course, he wants to take on e6, but what's the big deal with that? For instance, b takes a3, take on e6, bishop e7. What now? Now he has to play. I mean, bishop c4 is possible, or e5,
This is
or
too
knight
slow,
e5.
yeah.
Yeah, it looks a bit slow. It's possible, of course, but it looks a bit.
I guess you have to take.
Yeah, with what? With the knight or bishop?
If I can, I guess I would. But knight, then I give up
Yeah,
the
but maybe that
defense.
doesn't matter too much. Let's say knight takes d5 just for. Okay, knight c5 maybe. And then b6 is hanging at some stage.
But if I take it, can you take here?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
no, I was thinking about something like in combination with
but
bishop
knight
h5 or
c7
something.
actually.
Yeah, it's a bit unclear.
Okay, let's go back. Queen c4 takes, bishop e7, knight d5.
Knight d5 is not forced. E5 is also possible. But you like knight d5 maybe?
No.
I'm not sure. I don't know which is best.
Really not sure at all. What did you say is also possible?
E5 instead, maybe. E4, E5.
Instead of knight d5, yeah.
Yeah. Because then you might be able to play knight d6 check. But perhaps knight c5. I'm not sure. If you play now knight d6 when black takes with the queen,
Very nice.
and get the piece more properly.
Yeah, that's nice. And if I take on b6?
Yeah, I don't know. Can he castle? Is that allowed?
It is very much allowed, yeah. And
Take with the rook. Yeah, now white has a pawn more, but the black bishops are very strong. I'm not so sure about this.
maybe queen.
Yeah, I don't know.
What a mess. What an absolute mess.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Let me see.
Maybe this looks at least white is alive and kicking.
Yeah.
So
There's a question. Wait, there was a question. What about knight c5 for black? You mean not here, because then.
then you take on b4 with the bishop probably. Yeah. And then white has a pawn more and e6 is weak. So it looks okay for white.
Yeah.
Black has probably to accept sacrifice somehow.
And a good point, this check that we talked about, then b6 will always be defended in our lines, actually. That's a good point by Coronity. He wasn't asking about knight c5 here, sorry.
Mm.
Takes.
Mm.
Maybe can we play King of Fate?
Maybe.
And- Ay, ay, ay.
So now white has a pawn and some initiative for the sacrificed bishop.
If I go bishop c4,
Queen
queen
e8, probably to
e8,
defend against the mating threat
Yeah.
on f7.
and I don't. Oh, can I? Oh no, sorry, I thought it was a check.
No, but maybe
Hmm.
maybe e5 here.
Good morning, Blazer. Whoa, long time no see. E5.
It's a bit unclear now,
Yeah,
to say the least. Black has several options here. For
this
instance,
is
knight e4 or something. I don't know.
this is gonna be. But here I can give this check, no?
Yes, not knight e4. It doesn't work. Then maybe better.
Why not take the
Yeah, it's
queen?
possible, of course,
But
but then you have to go rook e8 maybe, and they give back material.
yeah.
It's an option.
And this is one of the positions where I think I kind of like white. Okay, if black finds a few precise defending moves, maybe I will not like white any longer, but
I like the position, but I don't like the moves leading up to the position. I think the white way of playing was quite primitive. So I think there should be some way for
to
black to get
punish.
an advantage. Yeah, but it's just a feeling.
Yeah.
Maybe it's completely wrong. Maybe white is better.
So let me just. Okay.
But just a quick look more here. If you take on a3, take on e6, then maybe king d8 instead. Because I want to play bishop c5 and rook e8.
Oops. Mhm.
What's happening now?
What is
If
happening?
e5 is possible. Then check on c5, I guess. And maybe rook a8. Something like that.
Queen.
Yeah. What do you think about this?
I think, I don't know, this king looks very awkward. Of course, it is an extra piece, but
Give a precise evaluation,
my
please, and you have more
my
than grandmaster
precise
strength if you
my
are correct.
precise evaluation is I would quite like being white.
Yeah.
By the way, Tiger gave a check on c5 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
King h1. And let's see, will it be the same actually? It will lead to the same position, yeah?
Maybe, yes.
And he took an a3 with the rook.
Okay, interesting.
Uh-huh.
It's typical Tiger. He doesn't play the obvious moves. He wants always to find the absolutely best move, even if it involves great practical risks.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What do we do? I guess we have to take the rook or give a check first.
Well, the logic behind taking on a3 is if white takes it, then white has attacking piece less.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Maybe we can even
understandable.
take here.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's a very good concept list.
And now we just
No, I
king
prefer to
d8
move it.
still.
Yeah, I like
You're
it.
not afraid to step onto this d file, yeah?
Yes, of course, but I'm afraid of everything.
King here. Okay, I'll play again. Your move, the
Mm.
c5.
Rook e8 maybe.
I'll come back. Ah, but now you have some
You know that
additional.
a3 is hanging also.
No, I forgot about
Mm.
that.
Mm.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's bring my knight back then. But then, yeah, now I feel feels a bit slow. Everything suddenly.
But you like white, you say.
Yeah, but maybe I change my mind
Okay, okay,
sometimes.
it's allowed. But you
Uh,
look on black pieces. They're all
they are beautiful.
active. Mm.
Yeah.
That was quite an interesting move. Rook
Yeah,
takes
okay,
a3.
three.
It looks good.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back here shortly. Very, very, probably the most interesting game we have at the moment. Let's check in with our tournament leader, Platon Galperin, playing black against Kazakowski. Maybe we just have a quick look at the current position.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Material is even. The pawn structure, white has 3 pawn islands, black has only 2. But is it such a big deal? This bishop is quite nice. The bishops are of opposite colors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
For a
bishop
while.
takes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yeah, it's natural because if you don't take, then white will grab a pawn on d5
Oh, of course,
and have an extra pawn. So you
of
have to
course,
take
yeah.
it. And then he will go c6 after this, which is very solid. And
Do we think white has anything, or do we think this is
no,
just equal? Yeah?
I think it's equal because
This knight is
c6
very
is
good.
a bit weak, tiny bit weak, but b3 is weak too.
Yeah.
And
And if these two come off,
well, then they can shake hands.
yeah. I think this should be headed towards a draw.
Yeah,
I think.
which is good for Platon,
Platon, yeah.
who is one small step closer to the GM title.
Absolutely. Blazero, by the way, is asking, what is the history of this tournament? Well, the history is it's the first of its kind. It's the first Uppsala Chess Festival, at least under this form. So we are looking at the 3 closed groups, the GM group, the 2 IM groups. But there is also an open tournament going on here in Uppsala, Sweden. Last night there was a Blitz. Tomorrow evening there is Bughouse. And yeah, you can use the command Uppsala to find the link to the website. A lot of events, and it's a great tournament.
There has been a smaller event earlier, and for instance, last year I think it was planned to have an event in Uppsala, but then there were too many restrictions in Uppsala, so they had to move the tournament out of the region closer to Stockholm, and then
Yes.
they held a tournament there.
That was the youth.
Yeah, youth tournament, but
Yeah.
it's a bit the same style and the same organizer, Carl Fredrik Johansson.
Who's doing a fantastic job, and it's so great seeing so many people here on site, playing over the board. Playing over the board chess. Priyanshu, good morning. Has just used the follower command. We are getting very close to 20,000 followers. If you're watching the show, you haven't pressed the follow button yet under the screen. Doesn't cost a thing, would help me a lot towards the next big milestone. And let's see now, Jung Min Seo against Ludwig Carlsson. So much has happened here. We left it off after g4, which black met with h5. White took.
Two open lines.
Yeah.
And also he has no real alternative.
Very true. So knight takes. And now some pieces. The bishops got swapped. And rook g1.
It's more or less a pawn sacrifice what white did. If black did, because d6 is very weak. If white had taken it immediately instead of rook g1, if we go back one move, if it takes on d6, then one possibility is to take on d6 and then play knight g3,
Yeah, very nice.
and after rook g1 you take on f1 and you take on h2, and black is slightly better here.
Yeah. Johnny, good morning, Johnny. Are the clocks accurate? No, I think the white clock is accurate, but the black one isn't. But most of the time they put themselves back. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Okay, so yeah, what happened in the game
Rook g1.
after rook g1, black played bishop c6. By the way, Johnny, how did you do this morning? Johnny is watching the show right now, but he's also playing in the open tournament in the morning, and it's his first ever over the board event. So that's fantastic as well to see, because so many players started playing chess in the pandemic, and for them to get the opportunity to play now is, of course, fantastic. So the queens came off. King went to e7. And the rook dropped back. What do we make of this? White is currently pawn up.
But white has some weaknesses. For instance, h2 and f3 is retarded slightly. And black has a solid position, but I guess that white is slightly better here. Not a full pawn up, but half a pawn up or something like this.
Interesting assessment. Black continues with rook h6.
He prepares to attack h2 with the rook, other rook.
To double up on the h file. Young Min plays king d1, g6, king e2, knight f4 check, king e3 and e5, and now this knight is quite a nice outpost.
Yeah, but white has a square on d5 now.
Yeah, we've given up that square. h3. Black cannot take, I guess, because of rook h1.
Why not? Maybe rook h8, rook a8.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah. And it doesn't work.
And the knight is lost. So rook ah8, and now we're ready to take, but now white plays rook h2.
Which is, of course, very passive.
Yeah. Passively holding on to that extra pawn. King f2 and f5, king g3. And that's the position on the board right now.
Yeah, and black has an initiative and has pressure against h3 in particular, and also against e4. So white is slightly better, I would say, but I guess that it will end in a draw. This, for instance, one plausible possibility for black is to to activate the king, to put it on e6 or f6, and then let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's not so easy. What does white even do?
No, it's not easy at all for him. The bishop is very passive, so are the rooks.
Let me just see, I missed one comment about Platon does seem hard to beat. Well, nobody has managed it yet in this tournament. We will see. We will see what happens there. And Johnny, congratulations on the win this morning. That is fantastic. Bobby Fisher, the well-named Bobby Fisher in the chat, he thinks that this looks like full compensation for black.
Yeah, he's playing for mate now or something. Yeah. Let's see if white takes the rook on h4. And now you have to probably play f4. What's the idea? I don't know what's the
Sorry,
idea.
I just need to refresh the board somehow. My mouse has gotten sticky. So
If you
So if you take f4,
it looks a bit.
okay, this is a. It's not even mate yet.
Yeah, it could become mate very quickly. For instance, if black is to move and knight f6 check,
Okay, let's say any move.
king g5, rook h5 check, bishop e8 check, and mate.
That's beautiful.
It's not forcible. White has a chance to make a move as well.
That's very nice.
But I guess something like this
Yeah.
was the idea of.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so is there anything?
Yeah, the obvious thing is knight d5 check, maybe. What's happening then? Do you just play king f7 then?
Then...
Renewing the threat. Yeah. Of course, you can take on f4. And go king g5 maybe. So white is an exchange and 2 pawns up here, and probably black does not have enough compensation. Although we sympathize with the idea.
Yeah.
It's not
But
clear
it's such a tough moment, this one, as white. Okay, of course, I think Human will solve it by calculating everything. But I think even if you think that it works to take the rook, I think you will always have some doubt in your mind.
Yeah, because it's easy to miss something.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
And
so
it was not forced,
no,
this line
yeah,
that we looked at.
that's true.
So maybe it's working. I don't know. But,
well, we have two super exciting games. Let's go back very quickly to Tiger and see what did Isaac do after rook takes e3. Took on a3. Tiger took on c3. This is one of the lines we looked at, yeah? We had this on the board, I think.
I think if could we go back, or
of course.
I had another idea for black there.
Instead of here, you mean?
No, we have a game. Maybe it's
the other game. No.
No, after knight h5 check, king takes h4, f4, knight d5 we played, yeah? Maybe simply take on d5. E takes d5, and now knight f6 check, king g5, king f7, and how to stop rook h5. So maybe it works after all.
Yeah.
But
mate is unavoidable now, yeah.
But maybe we have missed something. So
yeah, but this line at least seems forcing. So knight d5, we have the knight d5, then doesn't work.
No.
So then we need something different here.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
The chat has spoiled our fun. They checked the engine, but if you don't want to know, I won't tell you.
It's okay for me.
So king h4 does lead to forced mate. So he cannot take. So cannot take, but if he cannot take, then he has to go back.
Yeah, and then black will maybe go back as well.
Just go back.
Maybe, because I think he's content with the draw here.
Yeah.
Of course, he can also take on e4 instead, after king f2.
Yeah.
If he wants to
play for
win. It looks fine for black. This.
Yeah. Suddenly, I don't know if knight h5 is a nice move, actually. Very nice move by Ludwig. Okay, we'll come back here. The Tiger game, yeah, I was just saying we had exactly this position. I think we had exactly this on the board when we were analyzing. And was it here that we looked at rook e? Here I was starting to not like it so much any longer for white. Here is where I was starting to change my mind. Yeah,
rook e8, or even, knight takes e4 or something. It's possible. But the rook e8 looks like a good start, of course. I mean, it's black who has an attack here, not white.
And what is the material? White has a pawn and a rook for the two minor pieces, yeah?
But one pawn will go
Fall.
away. Fall,
This
yeah.
looks great for a tiger, no?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Okay, and by the way, we've had a draw in this game between Golperin and Kazakowski. So the pieces here we saw bishop takes, c6, and these two pawns were exchanged for one another. And a draw was agreed on here after king g2. A solid game, a great result for Galperin, who continues leading the tournament. He is now on 5 out of 6, needing
1.5 more.
1.5 out of the last 3 rounds to get the GM norm. And what else do we have? Let's see, Milton. That was this knight a8, and the knight had jumped out, and now we were one. He did go back. He did go back to c4, which, as you said, is a concession. Was that a word?
Yeah, well,
an admittance of things
maybe, yeah.
having gone slightly wrong. Black took the bishop, takes bishop a6, and now this is the new target, that pawn on c4.
You cannot attack d5 anymore, so you
Yeah.
have to go for the next pawn.
Find a new victim. Queen d3 makes sense because now the bishop can also, the knight can drop back to d2 to help defending, but I very much like black here. Black has the bishop here. This bishop is, right now the knight is still hiding the bishop, but that bishop might come into the game with devastating effect.
For instance, something like rook b4, and after knight d2, regroup with knight d7. And then white has to play either f4, which is risky and weakening the structure, or play something like a3 and hope for the best.
Probably rook b2 here.
Or knight d5.
Or knight d5.
I'm not. Maybe rook b2 is better. I don't know.
Yeah, but both.
Black has a certain initiative here, but
Yeah.
white is more or less.
White is holding
solid.
on.
Yeah. Slightly better for black.
And let's see, the last game we haven't updated, that is Mihail Marin against Kan Kokokshawi. Okay, let's go back quite a bit. Sorry. We thought that this was a relative success for black out of the opening, as he got in this d5. And now after knight e3, you had suggested dropping the knight back to keep the pieces on the board. Knight c4, rook b8, queen a4, castles. Mihail played bishop g5, knight jumps into d4, and he took that pawn here.
Knight d4 is a pawn sacrifice, which was not necessary, but possible, of course.
Yeah, so let's...
White threatens bishop takes c6 here, because the knight on e7 is pinned. So one option for black is to go f6, which looks ugly, but it's not that bad, probably.
Yeah.
So f6 would have been possible. But then, after bishop e3, you still have a problem, because the pawn on c5 is weak.
Yeah, maybe this pawn sacrifice was already some kind of necessity. Not a necessity, but
maybe
the least bad of...
Yeah.
But yeah, Mihail now takes the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, the queen is on a7.
It's awkward.
Yeah.
To say the least.
For a computer, it's no problem to have a queen there, but for a human being, you don't feel...
By the way, for all of you in the chat who are looking for improvements, let me get in a quick shameless plug. I did one recently, a course on chess.com on chess tactics for those of you looking to improve your tactics, which is, I think, a great way to progress at chess. So queen a7, now he played f6.
Mm-hmm.
This was attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e3
Mm-hmm.
and knight e f5.
Mm-hmm.
Takes. One thing that's important to note is that bishop is always covering this square, so at least rook a8 for now is not. Of course, this would also be hanging, but still it's helpful
Mm-hmm.
to see that this is not a threat. E3, rook f7, queen a6, and the knight jumps back to f5, and that's.
What if instead of knight f5, what happens if it plays bishop c8
Queen a4
and b5? Then queen a5 probably solves my
and
problems.
this queen is undefended.
Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah,
Okay.
the players probably saw that, but great question, of course. So now, what do we make of this? An extra pawn for white, but still a slightly awkward queen here.
And black has a bishop pair.
Yeah.
It's not clear if that is so helpful right now, but maybe later on. d3 is hanging.
Yeah.
Some problems there. What do you think about this? I think white is okay here.
Yeah.
Maybe white is slightly better, but
at least black has something for the
yeah,
pawn.
because for instance, after rook fd
One.
rook d7 possibility, white perhaps will play something like bishop e4 or I don't know, or bishop f1 looks passive. I don't know what happened.
I would love to go for f5 somehow. Can I just go back, or is that silly?
It's possible. I would guess that maybe white is slightly better here, but black has nice chances anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, we have interesting battles really everywhere. Everywhere today. Let's just go back to see if Jung-min is still thinking after knight h5. And Tiger is also still thinking. Okay, then let's check. Oh no, he's not still thinking. So rook e8, queen h3, and he just took that pawn. Can he be very greedy and take one more?
Why not? Yes, of course. Take it. Now he's suddenly a pawn up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have two pieces against rook as well. And look at black's marvelous pieces. They are all so active. c3 is hanging, but if white has to play for a pawn like that, it shows that the attack is over.
Yeah. I think we agree, Tiger in great shape. So
poor Isaac Stormer,
yeah,
who might lose his sixth game in a row.
Yeah, it's really, really tough once you start losing. I think it's, first of all, as I mentioned in the early days, you sort of get this target on your back that everyone wants to beat you, but also for him himself, it's just really tough to, well, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I've been there myself in where I started. I once started French League with 0 out of 7. It was 11 games. Thankfully, I won round 8, but it was a tough, a really tough experience.
Yeah, because I think he's thinking like this. Maybe I will lose all my games. I will go to chess history.
Yeah.
I once played in a very strong tournament in Reykjavik, and I played I drew my first 10 games, and I was so ashamed and said that now I have to go berserk in the last round. So I didn't lost it. But the losing
Yeah,
is even worse, of course.
of course. Yeah, I mean it's a really tough spot. But okay, let's see what happens. Let's go back to our IM group. So let's pull up the standings for the IM one. And there was one game that wasn't working earlier, but is working now. So let's start there. Axel Falkeval, who's black against Lord Kipanice. Shall we just jump right into this crazy position here?
Why
Um,
crazy?
I mean, just the kings are lacking
Yeah,
some defenders.
yeah, it's true. Who is better?
At first sight, black, no? I mean, I've just taken this, but I don't know. This bishop. I would like to have some.
Mm. If black gets to play f5, f4, when the
Mm,
bishop is activated
yeah,
and can pressure h3.
yeah.
So
So
I agree. It looks like black is slightly more well placed here.
black has just played rook e8,
Mm.
attacking the queen, and now either the queen moves or rook e2, I guess.
Mm. But white is a much stronger player on
Yeah,
paper, yeah?
yeah.
So it's nice to see that
Exactly
black is
200
doing well.
points between the two.
Mm.
Um,
So we'll guess that it will end in a draw then. White's strength will
against black's
neutralize.
advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it will not end in a draw.
Okay, we can bet.
But then I don't even know if I will take white or black. I'm also a little bit concerned by the fact that black only has 18 minutes.
Mm.
Against
And how many moves more do they have to make?
all. They will not get.
Oh yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be a problem. I don't know if there is a way if I don't know if black can bail out, let's say if he wants a draw. I don't know if we just take.
I like f4. Don't you like that move?
No,
from black?
yeah. Even
Maybe,
immediately, yeah?
no, maybe take first. Because otherwise white will take on e8 and you have to put either rook or bishop
Yeah.
on e8, which you
So
don't
now
like.
you keep the two
Yeah,
pieces on those
yeah,
squares.
f4 here.
And f4.
And now, what?
Um, am I in time to try and come in? I don't think so, yeah. I feel like something bad will happen to me here.
I'm not so sure. I think white is more or less okay here. Maybe slightly better for black, but I don't see any obvious win for black.
So, okay, let's predict. You will take a draw,
Yep.
and I will take any decisive
Yeah,
result.
generous.
Okay, we'll see. But an interesting position for sure. Everything is still going on in this group. One of our viewers, I think Lone Wolf, was very concerned about Edvin's position, yeah? So let's just.
It's true that black has a pawn more.
Mhm.
On the other hand, white has some attacking chances on the b file, perhaps. b5 is slightly weak, and the black king might come into gunfire. We don't know that.
Yeah.
And the knight on h4 has a decent spot on g6. So,
Yeah, I mean, with that king here, you always have to feel a little.
worried.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
I
think
think
this is far from clear.
yeah, it's quite open.
Yeah.
Everything can happen here.
We'll come back here once a few more things have happened, but I think this is far, far, far from over. I'm not even sure. Would you say black is maybe a bit better, but
I'm not sure.
yeah.
I would say no. I don't know what to say.
We'll
It's
come
unclear.
back. Yeah.
Unclear for sure.
Unclear.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We will come back here. Isn't the knight forking the queen? The knight is threatening to fork them, but the knight has just jumped to h4.
So black will
Play something
like
it.
queen d6 perhaps, or
Yeah.
something like that. And then we don't know if white will play knight g6 or even rook g6 to go for that h6
So
pawn.
you said black will play maybe
Queen d6
queen
maybe?
d6, yeah.
White has an option to play rook g6 if he wants to target the pawn on h6. Of course, it's nice to have a knight on g6 too, so that's also possible.
Yeah, I mean, now this pawn is already... Do we have to be concerned about this queen coming in, though?
Yeah, maybe. I like knight g6 better, in fact, instead of rook. Because now, if black moves somewhere like rook e8, then perhaps you can take on h6, yes?
Yeah.
And if he goes to h7, you have an option like knight e5 or something.
With this rook being attacked here. Yeah, and if I mean, I would probably like to take this bishop, and then b5 will be even more.
Yeah, but what does black do here? Rook e7 or?
I have to, yeah, because here white
yeah.
could at least go back.
Or go to f7 maybe.
Or go to f7, even stronger. So have to go here.
So
I'm starting to like white.
yeah, it's not clear. Black will have to give up an exchange at some point. Maybe it's not that clear.
Yeah.
F takes e5 or something instead, but instead of moving rook perhaps. But it's unclear.
Very unclear. Very, very unclear. So we will come back here. Black has played knight f8 actually.
To stop knight g6. Yeah, but white's not worse either. I don't believe that.
Very interesting stuff. We will see what happens. Quick look at Jan Johansson and Hilmi Heimisson. What is this?
And to be more concrete, what is that knight, or what it is on a2?
That knight is not a happy camper. Bishop d6 was a big threat.
Mating.
Yeah, but this looks not good for white.
No.
What if I... No.
You want to play rook d8, or?
No, but actually I changed my mind. I'll just go here.
And you want to go to c7, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then queen d6 is bailing out, perhaps.
Yeah. What if I do... Can I do something ridiculous, like...
You can do bishop e6 to win a pawn, perhaps.
But I don't want the pawn. I want to checkmate you.
Okay.
But how do I win the pawn?
Queen d6, queen takes c4, queen takes b6, queen takes a2.
And if now, you take here.
Yeah, maybe rook a1 is possible. No, then rook d5, queen d5. No. You have to take on b7.
Maybe I go rook.
Yeah.
Or
take on a4. Black is of course better here.
Pawn is nice.
But
I mean, if I have no checkmate, yeah. If I have no checkmate, I might settle for the pawn. But first, let me see.
You want to play rook a6 or something weird?
Rook a6. But because I was thinking f5 to bring, but maybe rook a6 makes more sense.
Yeah, but then the queen e4. So.
Okay, so is f5 so ridiculous?
No, it's not really ridiculous, but it's no mate.
Not
Either.
yet.
Not yet. No, but when white will play knight c3.
Okay. Maripant. We have one. Maripant is one of my good friends, my best moderators. She helps me take care of the channel, and she's a very tactical player. I think I don't know if she's at work, but maybe it's her lunch break. So Maripant, what do you think? I'm sure she's getting excited. So yeah, the chat is also asking what about Rook D8, but I couldn't see. I couldn't see how I continue here.
Take on f3,
Hmm.
probably. I like the black position here
Yeah.
because the white pawns are scattered. They are all weak, in
Yeah,
fact.
yeah.
And black has now a queen and a pawn for 2 rooks.
Yeah.
And of course, 2 rooks can become very strong, but they need to be connected and have some object.
Also, we have just this very simple idea.
Yeah, or even more simple, take on f2 or queen g4 followed by queen takes c4, or even queen
Maybe
b3
you're right.
picking
Yeah.
up pawns. So
Yeah.
this looks
Actually,
winning
Rook
for black.
D8.
It's
Yeah.
winning even. Not good,
Yeah.
but
So
winning.
and Rook D8. I mean,
And probably white has to play queen e4 maybe. And it would be nice to play bishop takes f2 with the idea king takes f2, queen takes h2, king e1, queen takes b2. I'm not sure it's working, but it's
looks incredibly tempting.
yeah.
Yeah. I like all these lines.
Yeah, it looks very risky for white at least.
Yeah. Yeah. I meant for black, of course. I meant for black.
Yeah. Very good suggestion, I think. Rook d8.
Rook D8. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's. Funnily enough, Maripant was also thinking f5. Her and I are very often very similar minded. Yeah, f5 was actually Maripant what I was thinking. But I think I've been convinced, even without having looked at f5 in depth, that Rook d8 looks super tempting.
And after that, probably queen e4 is a mistake, maybe because of bishop takes f2. And if you play queen e2, white perhaps still have
But
chances to survive.
You'll have to give up these.
Oh, immediately. You play that immediately.
Yeah.
I was thinking in another way. Yeah, it's winning.
Yeah.
So rook d8 is
very, very strong.
Very strong. It seems.
Yeah. Okay, so this is looking promising for Hilmir. A quick look at Adrian and Martin. I always have to count the material. First, material is even. Let's just go back a couple of moves here. Black.
We played knight h5. We were looking at the position after that quite early.
Oh, yeah. So knight h5, yeah, we didn't actually miss so much. Knight h5.
And we suggested some pawn sacrifice, didn't we?
Yeah, for how did we?
Bishop e3 was a suggestion.
Yeah.
To sacrifice a pawn, but which was perhaps unclear. But instead he played e4. He wants to use his lead in development, slight lead.
So e4, Martin took on f4, g takes, queen h4.
Very ambitious.
Yeah, hitting the pawn, knight e2. Now it took on e5,
Mhm.
took on e4, so grabbing a pawn, but the pawn is doomed, and knight takes.
Was it doomed? Why c5? Bishop h3 maybe? No, then you b7. You have too many problems with that.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Sorry. Okay, c5 looks a bit desperate, but no, maybe
Black is in big trouble, yeah?
no. Even d5 was an option.
Mm. No, but
Okay.
what do we do here? It feels like, okay, maybe at least.
Then knight e6 maybe, yes. f7 is weak, but it's not
Yeah.
that clear. You might go knight c6 perhaps. Threatening e5.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It looks
Not the end of the world
no,
just yet.
no. I prefer d5 instead of knight e4, but
You prefer, sorry, what?
well, what I suggested
Ah,
before after c6, c5,
yeah.
maybe d5 was interesting,
Yeah.
but I don't know. It was possible maybe.
Mm. Okay, we'll also come back here. Let's try and get back to the GM group soon. Quick look at the last game, Maria against Theodore.
Mm.
Okay, she's taken some ground. When we last checked, the pawn was still here.
Mm.
What is your quick fire assessment of this one?
Mm. It's White has this ambitious setup with pawns on e5 and f4, and black very much wants to shake that
Mm-hmm.
setup to disturb with f6 or something. But now he played f5
F5,
instead.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe the idea is to play perhaps g5 even to
Mm-hmm.
try to undermine e5. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's the idea, because if you don't have that idea, then maybe f5 is not that good.
But G5,
At the right moment could be
yeah.
a possibility, perhaps.
Yeah, we're fast this morning because we have so many, so many games. So many games to look at. Only one game. Wait, oh, we've had two results, unfortunately, Alexander Hacht. So in the IM2 group, we've had that quick draw, which we saw between Leo Krevatin and Kim Nygren. And Vignir Stefansson has won his game against Alexander Hacht. For the sake of completeness, a very quick look at the three games we still have going on in the IM2, and then we'll go back to the GM group. But the analysis is so assured, it's intimidating. Don't worry, this afternoon I'll be on my own, and there will be plenty more room for uncertainness and dabbing around again. So, Dagwer with the white piece is playing against William Olson, and thank you, Axel. Um, what do we think? We thought white was a little bit better when we left, yeah?
Mm, slightly better. And maybe we still do. Or what do you think?
I still like white, but
The pawn on b4 is perhaps slightly more vulnerable than
then,
the pawn on b4 pawn is weaker than pawn on b2. But
yeah.
still, black should be okay here.
But only 10 minutes for white, so yeah, I think William is doing a great job holding on for now, and thank you for the follow, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And black has a weakness on the back rank, so he has to spend a move at some point, maybe, to open up
Mm.
king f8 or h6 or something like that.
Yeah. And let's see the local hero Joachim Nilsson playing with black against Konstantin Borsuk.
What has happened here?
A lot. Where did we leave this?
Somewhere after
Very
knight
early.
e5, I think. Or one more move.
Yeah.
Forward.
So let's see what happened. Rook c1 was played. Knight e4.
Yes. We were discussing bishop g4 if it was
That's true.
good or no.
Yeah.
But knight e4 is an option, of course.
Yeah. Knight b3. Queen e7. We talked also, of course, about this isolated pawn on d5. f4.
The idea is to stop the black bishop on d6 targeting h2.
Yeah.
But of course it weakens
Very committal
e3.
move. Yeah. So Joachim took on d2. Knight takes. Knight g6.
Now e3 is hanging.
Attacking e3. And that pawn was not defended.
He sacrificed it.
Yeah. Now tactics. Knight c4 takes, and now the bishop here is undefended, so queen takes.
Pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. Bishop f5, the pawn is given back. I think trying to hold on would be a little bit too much, probably.
Yeah.
Some bishop f3 already looks...
Bishop f3 is annoying.
Yeah. So that explains why not b5. So bishop f5, developing the bishop but giving back the pawn. So material is even. And after rook d1, queen c5 is the position on the board right now.
It was an interesting concept that White used here with f4 and then sacrificing the pawn on e3. And then real idea was knight c4, the key moment.
Yeah.
So maybe White is okay here.
I mean, White has the bishop pair.
But White is not better. I mean, Black has a very solid position.
Yeah.
All the pieces are well placed, and f4 is slightly weak.
Also, Joachim is up 20 minutes on the clock, which is always great news. Oh, this is looking nice.
Maybe you can play
queen b3 here.
Yeah, it's possible. I would... Bishop d3 was my option here. But he didn't like that.
Yeah.
For some reason. So queen b3 instead.
Yeah, queen b3.
Threatening the bishop on b2.
I think Joachim is doing great. I mean, with the black pieces, this is a tough opponent. He's currently the tournament leader, so...
f5 is hanging, but so is the bishop on b2. So.
I'm hearing there's some fun going on in Tiger's game. Very quick look at a game that we haven't seen at all. I will just quickly look at the current position, then we go back to Tiger. Torsten Limbach with White against Thomas Ernst. And maybe Black has a little bit initiative with the bishop here.
Yeah, the white king is
exposed.
Yeah, a little bit. And as you pointed out, the bishop on h3 is irritating.
Yeah. So
some initiative here. Although,
and also to be noted, this cannot be taken, of course. Oh, can it?
No, it cannot, because you take on c3.
Ah, that's the trick. And checkmate. Okay. So this probably looking good for Thomas. We'll come back here. Let's go back to the GM group. Let's bring up the GM standings again. And the chat is I appreciate that effort. I think in general we're very lucky to have a friendly chat. So let's go back to Tiger's game. So what happened?
Well, not much has happened, in fact. We left it here somewhere
After rook e4, yeah?
yeah. So white played bishop f3.
And we were wondering,
Mm,
we wanted to take that pawn,
yeah,
and you were saying if white has nothing better than to take on c3, it's a sign that things have gone
mm,
wrong.
wrong for white. Mm.
Tiger takes, and I think Tiger is in a position now where he can just exchange pieces. He has two minor pieces for the rook, which is good for him. And we,
Weakening.
yeah,
I don't like that, no. But I don't like the white position
position.
at all anyway, so. Mm.
Yeah, I mean this just looks great for Tiger.
He has a material advantage,
Yeah,
bishop and knight versus rook,
yeah, and this will
and
be
no
a
real
weakness.
problems.
I mean, white also now, I don't know if move just not even having looked, but putting some kind of pressure.
Or queen e5 is also possible.
Absolutely.
Mm.
I think if we just get this king to somewhere where it will be safe,
Yeah, but it is safe now
yeah,
because it looks awkward to have a king in the center, but
white doesn't
yeah,
have
but
any
black
attacking.
has so many pieces defending it, and especially the two knights, they're doing a great job.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks almost winning for Tiger, I would say. Yeah?
It's winning,
It's
yes.
winning.
But of course, things can happen, especially
Of
in time
course.
trouble. But
Of course. So we will come back here. For now, let's see Jung Min. What did he do after knight h5? Oh my goodness, a lot has happened. So
he
chat
didn't
had
take
confirmed king takes was leading to forced mate, starting with f4, trapping that king, and mate would have followed. So Jung Min correctly decided to go back, and Ludwig took on e4.
which is the most ambitious.
Yeah,
Knight f4 would have repeated
moves, yeah. So showing black is probably playing for the win here. He is down a pawn, but he has a lot of counterplay. Knight g3, rook g1. Now it takes on f1 and gets the pawn back. But now we just end in a pure rook ending.
With equal number of pawns, but black has a pawn on e5, which could be
Annoying.
yeah.
Rook d2. No, sorry, rook e3, rook g2. King f6 defending the pawn.
And the white pawn on h3
Is that under attack?
slight problem.
Yeah. King e6 and rook g2. So once again, black has the opportunity to repeat if he wants, but he is going for more, bringing that king. Well, it's not, of course, after rook g2. Could still go back and have a draw that way.
But you can play, instead after rook g2, you can take on h3. And black is slightly better here.
Yeah.
For instance, rook h2. Yeah. It will end in a draw, but black is better.
The one pressing, yeah. So very likely we'll see a draw here, but Jung Min will have to defend for a little bit. Harry,
maybe he's considering rook e2 here. I don't know. The rook, the pawn ending is bad, but he has to calculate it.
Yeah.
Sorry, there was a question.
No question. Just F saying you're a great guest with your cool. I don't know if what exactly he was trying to say. An object lesson in cool calculation. Either I'm not understanding the English or there's something. But what a great guest. I agree. This is the second time we've done some comments
Thanks
together.
a lot. That's nice.
It's a lot of, I have to say, we're having a lot of fun looking at these variations. And one of the things that I have to say that I enjoy when I work with you is it's very rare for my co-hosts to ask me what do you think, or to get me to use my brain a bit more. So So it's yeah, very, very enjoyable. King G2 he's played.
Mm. What
Should be a draw, but
Yeah, if Black could organize his pieces, especially his king and pawn on e5 in a better way, so that he could advance the
yeah,
pawn on e5, then White would be in trouble. But as it is now, Black is the Black king is a bit clumsily placed. It's active and it could become dangerous for White,
yeah.
but it's it's not so harmonic right now. So I guess that White will manage to draw this game, but Black is slightly better.
Mm. And I was given an Harry is a great example in a cool calculation is what it meant. And Jenny is agreeing. So thank you so much to everyone for the nice feedback. I appreciate it. Quick look at the other games, and I just realized we haven't had our second break yet, so we will do that after checking in with Milton. First of all, Milton against Emil Mirzoev. What did we... We didn't miss so much here. We saw bishop c4 takes,
Mm.
bishop a6, queen d3 defending,
Mm.
and knight d7.
Yeah, we mentioned this possibility for Black to regroup the knight
Yeah,
and open up for the bishop on g7 as
yeah.
well. And we said that we concluded that Black has a slight edge here, but White is solid.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh, but he played knight b5.
Mm.
Interesting.
Mm.
Knight b6, threatening to take here, I think.
Yeah.
So rook b1, defending the knight. Rook e8 and rook b3.
Mm. Yeah. White probably wants to go rook e to b1, strengthening the hold on b5, I guess. And it's at some moment maybe you want to take on a7, if possible. Also, yeah. So White is under some pressure,
Yeah,
but it looks okay for White.
yeah. And Johnny, actually, that's a great question slash suggestion to put the board maybe on the break screen. We'll try. Axel and I will work on it. I think probably we will put the tiger. We'll put the tiger game, I guess. And finally, Mikhail Marin against Khan Kukushari. I think we left it here, right? After knight
Somewhere here,
f5.
where Black has sacrificed a
The pawn.
pawn, but White has a weak pawn on d3,
Mm-hmm.
and a queen slightly awkwardly
Yeah.
placed offside.
Speaking of the queen, queen b5, the queen is looking to come back into the game.
What happens if you took on d3? Was that possible?
Actually, let me just refresh here, because sometimes did he really play queen b5? Ah, no, sorry, the game was wrong. So, oh, what did I do now? How did I put the standings here? Okay. So after...
No, he played rook fd1, it seems now. If you continue, next move, he protected the pawn
pawn.
first.
Queen c8, bishop c8 and queen b5. Bishop e7. Bishop takes, rook takes.
I don't like that idea to exchange for
The
Black.
bishops.
I don't like, because now White has a solid pawn more, and I mean the White queen is without danger now. It cannot be harassed by the Black bishop.
Sorry.
So I don't like the idea of exchanging with bishop e7.
Yeah, I agreed. It looks like White took a big step towards consolidating,
and Black is left with a not so active bishop.
Yeah. And a5, so the queen now gets activated even more. The a file suddenly in White's
and the
control.
rook on a1 is activated as well.
Yeah. Now this is starting to look great for Mihail Marin. Queen a6, queen f7, rook a5, rook e8, queen c6, rook e6, and now the queen has swung over to the other side of the board
Finally.
completely. And okay, I mean, it's just an extra pawn.
Yeah, white is clearly better now. Has he won any game so far?
No, that's why he will be very eagerly looking, I think, to win this one. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. While we're gone, we leave you, I think we will leave you with this position, Tiger's position. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in 10 minutes. We'll put the break screen on for a second, but then we'll put the board. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 10.
See you.
And we are back for the final stages of round 6 here in Uppsala. And Tiger, while we were gone, he seems to be putting the finishing touches on this game. So we left it after the knight took here. Tiger took on f3. And now he brought the queen into the game, centralizing the queen on e5, hitting the knight on c3. So rook c1. That rook c4 is going to force the exchange of more pieces. The rooks are exchanged on c1, queen b2, attacking the rook and the knight, so queen f1 was first. And Tiger just takes everything, and why not? As you said, the king is actually safe on d8, so now he has two minor pieces and a pawn for the rook.
The king is safe, but if black really want to force a win, then he needs the knights as well. And in order to be able to be active with the knights, he needs the king to be in a slightly different position.
Yeah.
So the king, it's true that the king is safe, but perhaps he would like to have
maybe
it,
to bring it somewhere on the king's side.
It's an option.
Yeah. Rook d1, queen f4, and queen d3. And Tiger says, how about we swap queens as well? And Isak says, no, thank you. But this feels like it should be just so. What if we don't do that?
not that now. No, but at some point he could also use the kingside pawns if he wishes.
Yeah.
He played g6, even g5 followed by g4 at some stage to open up the white king's position.
Yeah.
Is an option, but
Yeah.
g6 is there is really no hurry for him. So then with that move he prepares a haven for the king on g7 perhaps.
And this position is winning, probably just a matter of time. By the way, the game between Jung Min and Ludwig has ended in a draw. How did that finish? Oh, there was only one more move after rook f2. Ludwig actually offered a draw.
Maybe he didn't even play king d4. We don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
those were just the kings. Yeah, very likely actually.
Yeah. Now I discussed this position with Ludwig here just in our short break here, and he said he knew that he was slightly better, but he didn't dare to try to win because there is no clear win, and he could even lose one. And he also said that he thought it would be a good idea to have even more time before the next game.
Double rounds are tough, and it makes
one more hour here.
I think it makes sense because I think, yes, you agreed, we all agreed that black is the only one who could be better, but also realistically, the chances of pressing for a win are tiny.
And especially since the player of the white pieces, Yumin, so is very strong player.
Yeah. So it does, this draw makes a lot of sense. Let's go and see one game we saw that ended in the IM1 group, and we'll leave the standings because we'll come back to the GMs in a second. But this ended in very nice fashion, actually. And
I had, vaguely, I remember a bet we made.
Oh, yeah.
Did I say that black would win?
No, you said it would end in a draw.
I think you're right.
Good thing you reminded me of our bet. So you had taken the draw and very generously given me the two decisive results. But yeah, I think for Lord Kipanitsa, actually, it was not dramatic loss, but I think things were still in the balance here. I had a very quick look at the engine, actually, during our break. Up until here, okay, it's a mess, but it's still in the balance. But queen b4 is a losing...
Yes, that looks very bad.
A losing blunder, because now Axel found the crushing. Rook h3.
Yeah.
Actually, since you lost the bet, I will admit I had a moment of complete blindness in the playing hall. I watched this I arrived when this position was on the board, and in my head this rook on f1 was a black rook, and I thought, this is not a legal position, the king cannot be checked 2 times, and I thought, what are they doing?
Mm.
And even when white took here, I thought, okay, why doesn't he just give this checkmate?
Not the best move,
Not
perhaps,
the
but
best move, no, I just had a complete hallucination here. But instead of queen g1, he found bishop c6 and queen e5. And with
the idea is, of course, that after king g1, black will continue with queen g3 check and mate.
and if the king goes nowhere, there is no other queen, no other square. But here, so we had a resignation here.
And we can also see the position after rook takes h3, because if it does not take the rook, it's still a catastrophe for white. If we go there, black can simply play queen d4 check, forcing rook f2, and queen d1,
Yeah.
for promoting.
Very nice finish by Axel, and a huge win for him with the black pieces against an opponent who's 200 points higher rated.
But
So
I don't
fantastic.
like the move queen takes b4,
Yeah,
because it made me lose the bet.
that's true. You should have a word. You should have a word. Let's go back to the GM group and then we'll catch up with everything else. So Tiger, that king, is now making a run. We saw g6. Isaac played rook a1. It's also, it's just a horrible position for Isaac. Of course, it's lost, but you cannot even do much. The black pieces are so active. So queen f1, and finally that king is now making a run for it.
Mm. And it's running to g7. And the idea is to be able to be active with a knight, and not, you don't have to use the knight
Yeah,
as only defenseless.
as a shield, yeah. So Tiger, he's marching towards that victory. Actually, Tiger, he's on 3 points. So now with a win, he will be 1 point only behind the leader. And yeah, this is a great result for him. Mihail Marin, we saw it here after queen f3. Khan played h5. He is just down a full pawn, and now Marin has taken full control of the position, controlling the a file. All the pieces are nicely.
And also the black bishop is rather passive.
Yeah,
It's
bishop.
locked in behind the pawns on c5, e5, and f6.
Now it's even more locked in.
Yes.
Knight b6, knight takes, knight takes, rook b7.
Threatening b2, white will defend that probably, or he will go for rook a6, which is interesting, targeting f6 indirectly.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's just played.
Mm.
King here, but what if we...
Now maybe, can we take on f6?
Oh, on
No,
f6.
f6.
Ah.
I don't know. If you take there, then you take rook takes f6, rook takes f6,
And then b7.
and then b7 is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So black cannot take after
Oops,
knight
sorry.
takes f6. Black has to do something else using the pin here. The knight is pinned. I'm not sure if I think if it take that,
Then we have...
then white.
Oh.
Yes, you can go there, or you can simply take on e6.
Of course.
And then after queen takes e6, you can go rook check, and it's a catastrophe.
Yeah, this is...
For instance, if you move the king to h8, you're mated in one.
Okay, h7 would end the game. Yeah, this looks...
So rook takes b2 is not possible.
But I'm curious, 1 minute on the clock. Will Marin take on f6? What do you think?
I think the critical line is, if you take on f6, has to go rook b e7. I think that's the only way. And what's happening now, I'm not completely sure. It's maybe not over yet. If you take on e6, for instance, black takes with the rook.
And this...
Yeah, you have some problem as
Yeah.
white here. maybe it doesn't work.
That's a pity.
That's why he's thinking
Yeah.
at least.
And that's the kind of thing that could make you lose a lot of time because, of course, you want to make it work, but with 1 minute on the clock, that's not a lot of time to calculate everything. Today, F is, yeah, he's saying, is it just me or is the play more aggressive? Today, I agree. Today, we've had a lot of aggression. It is the double round after all, the second half of the tournament. It's been a very, very exciting. It's because they know it's Harry last. Will you be? You will not be back.
No, probably not.
Probably
no.
not. So they know. Let's treat Harry. And he played. What did he play? I hope he played something. Or maybe the clocks are not correct. Okay, we'll come back here.
We can conclude that white is better winning here because he has a pawn more, a fantastic knight,
Yeah.
and black has no activity at all except for this slight threat against the worthless pawn on b2,
Exactly.
which you can protect if you wish.
Yeah, which is probably what he will do.
I'm not so sure because there are so many tempting lines here, like take on e6 and knight a4 and other stuff.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure.
True.
Maybe.
We will see. We will see what he comes up with. Quick look at Milton. Now I'm confused again. But here Mirzoev doesn't have much time. He has taken on b5 and played f5.
He wants to continue perhaps with f4, cutting off the bishop on g3. And it's not clear what white can do to prevent it. Or what do you suggest here?
Yeah, if this bishop gets cut off, I was wondering, I guess I cannot. I was wondering if I can somehow, I would love to get this rook, but even then you can always just, I guess, stop me.
I like f4 for black.
Yeah.
That's at least a critical line. Then maybe...
Can I go a5 instead?
Yeah, or maybe bishop h4. Because if you go g5 and the rook is in danger on e4, you can even go knight e2 or something.
Yeah.
So maybe bishop h4, but if black moves the queen, then the situation
remains
difficult with the bishop and h4. Bishop h4 looks, in fact, very risky.
Yeah, tough.
He has a problem to solve here, Milton, because of the threat f5, f4. And it's not clear what he's going to do about it. Maybe knight e2 or something like that.
Okay, we'll come back here very quick. We'll leave the standings on the GM group because we'll jump around more quickly now. But quick look at what else is going on. We saw this nice win for Axel. Edwin Trost against Samir Sahidi. This is 2 extra pawns. I thought it was 2 extra pawns for Sahidi. So I'll say it with less enthusiasm.
Yeah, but look at those pawns. It looks like the archipelago outside here.
Can we... taking is probably now.
Is it white to move?
Yeah. Don't think.
Yes, of course we take.
Yeah?
Take on c6.
Take on c6 not defended. I'm starting to
so maybe king c7 is a mistake.
Yeah.
King a7 is perhaps better.
Still take.
Maybe yes. Equal number of pawns. But black has problems with his king and with pawns on c4 and e6. So white has a huge initiative here.
So we will see if Edwin does that. I would be shocked if he didn't. The next one is interesting, Jan Johansson, because I saw that Hilmir played in this position that we were looking at. He played mine and Maripan's move f5. We thought rook d8 was strong.
Maybe he didn't see rook d8, queen e4,
Yeah.
take on f2. Maybe he missed that. Well,
Which is quite easy to miss.
Or
Which-
he made an evaluation of it.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Because
But-
it's not completely clear.
No,
that position.
that is true. Yeah. So he went for f5, knight c3, and rook f6. Now white is bringing to the knight to the defense, knight e2, rook g6, king h1, queen h4.
Threatening f2. Bishop takes f2, perhaps.
Yeah. But f4, and black didn't take that pawn.
Maybe then white can counter with queen f3 and take on b7, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also white has a double pawn on f line, so it's not so important if he loses
That's true.
the f2 pawn.
Yeah. So Hilmir played rook f8, now queen f3, b6, just defending that pawn or saving it. Rook d7, and white is at least getting some activity now. King h7, knight c1.
He's heading for e5, or what do you think?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, if the knight can get to e5, that would be nice. Would be very nice. Rook d8, the rooks come off, and bishop d4, b3, and queen d6. I think Jan has done great to survive this. I don't know if black is still a little bit better, but at least it looks a lot less dangerous than it did before.
Yeah, he has defended well, and he has decent chances to
Yeah.
save the game here. Black is still better, as you say, slightly better.
So let's continue. Adrian Söderström against Martin Jokstad. Black is up a pawn, but this king. So what just happened here? Sorry, I'll just go back to just a few moves. f6, bishop takes, rook takes, and some big threats. So knight g6, takes, and rook dg1. Looks terrifying for black.
Yeah, white probably wants perhaps to take on f7 and then on
take on
g6.
g6,
That's a possibility, at least. Or
and
he,
if black takes here, we can just take.
Even because what happens after f takes g6?
Checkmate.
Yeah.
So what will black do?
White also has the possibility to play knight f5 check and then e6, undermining the position of the knight here on g6.
Do we feel this is just lost for black? Or?
Yes, a pawn more. So only
at least something.
Good news. Yeah, it looks very bad, at least. Maybe he can sacrifice on d6 and then go queen d5. Is it possible? I don't know.
If I go h4,
maybe. If I go rook d8, no, when you just what? I don't know what you
I don't have enough. I wanted to get the king out, but now you even take the check, which is annoying.
Some small hope.
Yeah.
That's maybe a possibility. He played instead king h7.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
what about knight e4 now?
Oof. Oof. This looks
Amazing. He has to move a king or queen, I guess.
Yeah.
To get. So
what if you take.
You just take there. I thought I saw something, but no. It's fine. Of course, you cannot play knight e4.
Okay.
It's ridiculous move. But can you? It's not.
It's not as clear as it looked
It's
at
not,
first.
no, not completely.
Okay, what if I take on f7 though?
It's possible, but it will be a rook ending. Take on f7.
And you have queen f3.
Yeah,
And
then
oh yeah.
and then you
I have nothing here. I guess I'm trying to lose now.
can try to lose for g6. Yes, rook g7. I guess.
Yeah.
You can take on g6, but black will probably survive in this rook ending because the d4 pawn is strong.
Yeah.
You can check and take on b7,
Yeah.
but have a pawn more. But black has very good chances of
Yeah.
the d3.
I mean, I would not even be sure that I'm not even sure I would take white here. This pawn would be terrifying.
Well, e6 is possible, for instance. Rook d7, perhaps.
Ah, you've tricked me.
And then
Yeah.
rook d1, so white keeps a pawn more or something like that.
Yeah.
But this is good news for black anyway. So it's not that clear.
No, it's not
Maybe
that clear.
it looked bad,
Yeah.
king h7,
Yeah.
but
Maybe it's good.
maybe.
Mrs. Sabin, what's the time control? They will get no additional time, so it's just 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move without any extra
He
time.
played an interesting move here, rook e1.
Yeah.
Preparing, I think, knight e4, because if white is to move, knight e4, and black takes on e5, white can go knight g5 check, winning the queen.
Yeah.
And knight e4 is quite a nice move to be
Yeah.
able to play, because you are heading for f6. But, so, let's see what happens after rook e1.
We'll come back here. Quick look at Maria Eugenia and Theodore Kennesgog. Maria is fighting.
Absolutely.
She
Because
is
look
fighting.
at that bishop on, or what is called, on g7. It's rather passive at the moment. Of course it can.
There's a big threat right now, of course, of taking a knight f2, so we need to do something about that.
Maybe something like rook d5 or?
Yeah. Yeah, 30-second increment also after 40 moves, so all they will have from now on out is just 30 seconds increment per move. She is fighting. We'll come back here, but I'm impressed once again with Maria's play. Quickly back to the GM group. Tiger. The king made a run for it, so we left things after
g6,
after king e7 when the king started to run, or did we know? Yeah. Rook f1, queen h4, check, and the king is headed to the king's side. Knight f8, covering e6. Rook e1, queen h3, queen d3, queen d7 once again, offering the queen trade. And finally the king has arrived at destination on g7. Knight b5, queen f5.
And now the knights are finally able to become active, as we see here. And that's a
Nice
sacrifice.
tactic.
Yeah.
Leading to with a tricky mate. So knight e6, a very nice shot. Rook a1, knight f4, and now those knights are jumping forward. Oof.
And if white takes that, then we have a mate into, The bishop on c5
is a monster.
Doing a good job.
And king h6.
And now you know, uh, look at, yeah, I agree. The knights are fantastic here.
It feels like there
And
should be a kill,
yeah, it is.
surely.
If you take on d4, and then you play knight g3 check. So
If you take,
then check and mate, and if you don't take, then there is a check on e2.
and Tiger has taken, and that will be the end.
That's the last move of the game, we guess.
Yeah. While Queen takes. That's a beautiful finish. Knight g3, wow. And those knights deciding the game. Beautiful stuff. A very nice game by Tiger, I would say. Tiger, who will be on 4 out of 6, so a great tournament for him. 3 rounds to go.
Has a chance to win.
Yeah. And also, I think he hasn't played against Platon yet, or has he? I could be wrong. Let me see.
I can check that in the meantime here.
I've already, I checked. They haven't played yet. They have not played yet, so.
They've played in the penultimate, second last round.
So tomorrow they will play, which will be very interesting. Omid, good to see you. Yeah, that's a beautiful finish to the game. Beautiful finish to this game between Isaac. Isaac was on 0 out of 6. Really tough. I really hope he can get a point. I've been there. It's really tough, but what to do. Nice game. Congratulations to Tiger. Mihail Marin. We were wondering what was Mihail going to do here after.
If he was going to do something fancy, or something safe.
First he took here, and then he played rook a8.
E4 was played recently, yeah?
Ah, it was here, yeah? No, sorry, we saw e4 rook b7, right? And we were wondering.
Okay.
Here we were wondering.
No, it was before e4 we were wondering, because the rook was hanging.
Let me refresh then. Yeah, that's true. Let me refresh. So rook d7, e4.
Maybe we had the wrong position.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah. So okay, he just took and played rook a8.
Yeah.
And Isaac has resigned, so it's official.
He resigned here.
No, sorry, Isaac resigned in the other game.
Isaac, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook f7 is passive, but we can check what happens after rook takes b2. I think the simplest is rook a7, not take on f6 or anything like that. Just take there.
Give the check.
And now
wherever the king goes, then we take. Yeah?
We take there, yeah. And black will be under pressure of being mated. Maybe wait. Maybe I think we should take with the knight, because we have rook d8 in the end. No, with the queen. We have rook d8. We'll see later on here what happens. Threatening mate. So bishop g7. Check. Bishop f8. Take. Knight e7. Rook d7 and rook d8.
Very nice.
He will have
an extra piece. Yeah. That's a lovely variation. Very, very nice. Very nice. So that's why black couldn't take on b2. Defended with rook f7, but now rook b8. Now that pawn is very much safe.
You can almost play for Zugzwang here, because it's such a nice position.
Rook b6. Queen d8, you only move to defend this pawn. Queen d1, f5, and
he tried to be active, but he's opening up. Black is opening up lines against, or diagonals rather, against his own king.
And this, I mean, it's still must be winning for Mihail, especially now he's more active. This knight is such a monster.
Yeah, it's clearly winning
Yeah.
for black.
So we'll come back here. Let's see how is Milton getting on. Oof.
It looks bad when we first look at it here.
I know.
We
So
left
actually,
it
we left
before
it after
F4.
F5.
Yeah, and we said that F4 is
Was a threat.
yeah.
And that's, oops, exactly what happened. A4 and F4. And here you had said the queen can just move. A5 and no.
Nice trick, because if rook takes
Tactics.
C4, then queen takes B5 probably.
And that rook is lost.
And after rook knight D2, black can play rook E1 check. So
And it's an extra exchange. Eh?
yeah.
Nice, nice tactics. Knight C4, so rook B1, but that's picked up a pawn, yeah? So black has picked up a pawn. Queen F5, rook B7.
And it's not only the pawn that is the problem, but the bishop H4, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can find something.
Giving up 2 pieces.
Yeah, because he
will win. Oh, what? Knight E3, threatening mate.
Yeah.
Rook B2, C4. It smells like it's
White
the
has
end.
no time to liquidate the rook on E4.
Yeah. And resignation.
Yeah, because if he moves the rook, black will play C3 to C2, and there are no longer any pin on the rook on E4.
Yeah.
So it's winning with a piece more and
tough
mating
round.
threat and everything.
Tough. I mean, a lot of decisive results. Tough rounds for the young Swedish players, with Milton losing, Isak losing,
But not Tiger, but of course he played against another Swedish
but
guy.
it's a good round for the experienced players. With Tiger winning, with Mihail being on the way to winning. And yeah, so this is now our only game that is still going in the GM group. Quick look at the IM2 group, which we've neglected a little bit. Thomas Ernst did win his game against Torsten Limbach. We had seen this draw between Leo Krevatin and Kim Nygren. And this we had seen as well, Vignir winning against Alexander Hart. So 2 games remain. Konstantin Borsuk against Joachim, where we thought that Joachim was fighting really well. And he is up a pawn now.
Yeah.
Up a pawn, and okay, white has the bishop here. The pawns are damaged, but
he has an active possibility in knight E4.
Yeah. And no time for white.
Maybe, if we trust that.
Yeah, I think it should be more or less accurate. In general, they've been at least somewhat. Also, the fact that he played with 7 seconds would indicate. So bishop f3 dealing with this check, and Joachim responded with bishop c4.
He has a threat now. The threat is to play f4, and then
setting up a mating net.
Yeah.
I would not like to be white here with 20 seconds on the clock. Now, where do we hide on g6?
Yeah, looks logical. And then maybe run with the king, perhaps. You should not try to get rid of the threat with bishop e3. That's a mistake, for sure.
Bishop e3. Are you testing me then?
Yeah.
What am I? Okay. Oh, it's mate. I was looking for some elaborate scheme, but no. Rook f1 is just checking.
I'm a very primitive person, you know.
So yeah, bishop e3 is no good.
But king e3 might be better.
King e3.
Did he play that or?
No, it's still black to move. So king e3. What if I... No. So king g6 has now been
At least
played.
white has no real problem with mating attack at the moment after king e3 because there are so many squares available.
Yeah.
White could also try to be fancy with bishop f8. We have some kind of
Counter attack.
maybe it's no good, but just interesting that they both can attack in the same manner.
But then f5 still, and I create this square,
yeah? I guess so.
And he has played king e3. And that's an interesting moment. What will Joachim do here?
Black has a pawn more,
Yeah.
but white has the bishop pair, and the 2 pawns on f6 and f5 are not the best. And there is a potential threat of bishop f8.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I should, perhaps, I would have played something like, consider at least knight e4. What's happening then? If white takes, then it will be draw, I guess.
Do I throw in this check?
Yeah, you can check with that, but I'm not sure that changes so much.
Yeah.
But black can also... Sorry?
Where do you go?
Maybe to... f4 maybe? Yeah, black is a little better. It's
a bit
here,
uncomfortable
maybe.
Still to play, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
He did play, by the way. Knight e4 is on the board.
And white played bishop f8. Yeah? White played bishop f8, yeah? So now, what is the threat? Are there any threat? I'm not sure.
It looks scary, at least, but I don't know.
He can pick up a pawn with rook g7, followed by...
At least he can make a draw.
Yeah.
If we consider that a threat, I don't know if we consider
or
that...
pick up the h4 pawn.
Yeah.
But...
And by the way, the other game has... Oh, big win for William Olsen. With the black pieces against Dagor.
We were wrong again. We said, at least I said, that white was tiny bit better today, in a very safe position.
We have so many. In this group so far, we've had 3 decisive results. Sorry, I'll quickly see. Oh, I am group 1. Everyone is still fighting. Still 4 games are going on. And 2 decisive in the GM group with 1 more. Probably about to end decisively. We're getting very close. As soon as I come home next week, hopefully we'll have it will be time for the 20k follower party. 163 to go. Yeah, what do we do now?
If you want to avoid, as black, the check on g7 with the white rook, then you go there, yeah. That's the safest.
It's hard also to know what is Joachim, is he thinking, I want to win this game? Is he thinking a draw is good here if he doesn't see anything more? Not easy. Okay, let's come back here. Let's quickly see all the action. Maybe, Axel, maybe we can very quickly bring up the standings from the IM1 group, because that's where the most action is right now. And maybe we start with Edvin. Did he play this queen? Sorry.
We suggested an exchange
and that's
sacrifice, which was not really a sacrifice, but because he gets a lot of pawns.
Ah, he wanted to
Black
make
tried
it.
to win.
Black is trying to win, yeah.
Mm.
Let's see. I would be a little bit scared to try and play for the win here with that king.
Mm.
But will it the king just be safe? Why not take that pawn?
Yeah, I agree. No, but it doesn't work now because Queen C1, and then you cannot play King E2 because of Rook E7 pinning the queen and winning the queen. But so if you take, then you have to retreat with king, with the queen. You have to play Queen E1, which is
not what you want.
No, you do. You want to keep the queen.
Yeah. So okay, that's why I didn't take. But and it's just he just found a perpetual here.
So it was a draw.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay,
Maybe
so
White could play for win here. It wouldn't surprise me.
yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now with the queen getting activated as well.
But you can always. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But still, a great result for Edwin against the tournament leader. Also, Sahidi won the Blitz tournament last night. Then let's see, Johansson against Jaimison.
And he was probably lost before, Jan Johansson. But he has struggled in a fine manner, and has got himself a position which gives him chances to draw at least.
Yeah.
But he's still worse. Is this the actual position?
This is the position. They both under a minute. Quick look, just I will come back here. I wanted, wasn't there a lot going on? Oh yeah, this game. So what happened here?
He did sacrifice on D6, did he? No, he didn't.
No,
he
black.
sacrificed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. And I just quickly see what happened. D3, Queen F5, check, taking on B2. Now the queens come off. And black has one pawn for the exchange.
Which should not be enough.
Should not be enough, yeah.
Especially not when it's a knight. Because a knight is worse than bishop in such positions. So white is clearly better here.
Let's catch up with the position on the board.
He tries to get fortress. I don't know. Maybe there are some chances for that.
We'll also come back.
I guess white will win, but
I also
not sure.
Yeah. We will see. A quick look at Maria, who's also still fighting. Maria is more than fighting.
Yeah.
She has picked up a pawn, and look at the state of that pawn.
And that pawn is running, and the black bishop is still locked in.
Yeah.
D7.
And this looks crushing. What if we just push?
It will be a nice dinner for the marrying.
Yeah, absolutely. And Maria, by the way, let me find the website. Maria needs 4 points for a woman I am norm, and she is currently on 2 out of 5. So with a win here, that would take her to 3. And she would need 1 out of 3 for the woman I am norm. Yeah, she's played really, really well. Okay, why not? Just push that pawn.
Is it white to move?
It's white to move.
I think he's concerned about Queen C1 check and then King H2, Queen C7.
But I wanted to just
but it looks passive, no? Or
maybe it looks passive, but I will put my pawn on A7. What will you do?
Have to go maybe Queen A3 or something. And then try to at some point play Bishop F8. Of course F6 is hanging, but what to do?
Because now I can always activate my queen via here, no? And then when you give a check, I will play King H2.
Okay, let's say I play Bishop F8. It's a gamble.
Yeah, but maybe I don't even have to take. What if I go here?
it should be winning for white.
Somehow, yeah. But
Yeah.
I understand also what you are saying, and she didn't push the pawn. She took here, which maybe that's easier. Oh no.
I don't like that.
Really?
No, but it's ugly to take away that
That's
bishop.
beautiful, yeah.
Maybe it's good, but it hurts.
But I mean, this pawn just looks.
But white has to
What do you do?
watch
Queen
out
A,
for perpetuals.
of course. What do you do? Queen A3 or do you?
Or queen c6. No, queen c6 runs into queen a7, followed by queen b8 and queen b7 check.
Hmm.
So that's very, very bad.
Yeah.
So
But
you
he's
have to
played.
play.
Oh my God, he played Queen C6.
Oh no.
And this is just winning now. This nice little
Yeah,
maneuver.
if she finds it.
Yeah.
It's...
Check is the first move that you want to look for.
There is another way of winning. Queen a1,
Uh-huh.
just to protect the white
And
king
then push.
and push. And then
Let's say.
black is forced to.
And then you just bring the queen, yeah.
Yeah. Or you first put your king somewhere where you like to have it.
Yeah.
So this is
There's no
completely
rush.
winning.
Yeah.
But of course, queen a7 check is better.
Let's see. Huge opportunity
She's
here.
thinking queen
Yeah.
a7 is best, probably.
So queen a7 wins on the spot.
But she didn't.
A7.
She did play a7.
She played a7. But it will be enough.
Yeah. But
some more work to do before lunch. Oh, what happened? Jan lost. What happened here?
So quickly, okay.
King h2, king h1, bishop c5. Maybe lost some time or what?
Maybe, or maybe he had enough, because I remember was a game yesterday where he resigned very quickly.
Early, yeah.
So he.
So this is over. So far, 2 games have ended decisively here. Only 2 games are still going. This one where white is should win somehow. I mean,
but it's not
so straightforward.
No, because black could try to put up a fortress.
Yeah.
For instance, put the knight on h7 and g5 later on. If he plays, I would prefer maybe to play knight f8 in order to play knight h7 and then f6.
And then sit.
Yeah, because that's quite nice. And then you can put the king on h6.
Yeah.
And it's not that easy to break. Maybe it's a draw if you play that. If you play knight e5, it's also possible, but the knight is not working against the pawn on h5.
Yeah.
I like to have it
and
g5.
By the way, Maria has found this a7 and activating the queen.
Yeah, now queen c7 is very nice because it protects the king. The king can always have a safe spot on h2, and at the same time you go queen b8, so it's absolutely winning now. Queen a5 is a very good move. That doesn't help at all.
We'll just take.
No, just leave it. Queen says c7, and then queen b8 immediately.
Yeah, and there's no time.
Extremely safe.
Yep.
Maybe there will be no stalemate trick.
And she's gone for queen c7.
Maybe.
But there's even a mate threat here also. Oh no, sorry, there's no mate. But queen b8.
It's very good.
Yeah. Let's see, under 1 minute.
If you want to go for mate, then you should play h3 to h4.
Which might also be winning.
Yeah, but we have to be
Oh,
careful
but
to
she's
avoid
going for this mate.
immediately.
But what will she do after king?
She play king queen
Yeah.
f7? It's not good to do.
Why did she do that?
She didn't see king e5, I think.
Yeah. What?
It's winning, of course. You can always go back to c7
Yeah.
and then play queen b8, but it's completely unnecessary.
I guess he will take. I'm sure he's thinking to try and get in somehow.
Yeah, but if you play king h4, then it will be mate, because when you will play king h2, no, then yeah, queen a king h2, threatening g3 mate.
And queen f6.
Yeah, and how to stop it?
Mm.
But king f4 is.
I guess he will take on f5 and then she should go back to c7, yeah, I guess. But now then black can take on h3 suddenly.
Let's see. What do you do? You want to go to b8. You had a chance before, but now black should avoid king f4, for instance, because of queen c7. So king e4 perhaps, or king g6. It's still winning, but not that.
This is not what you wanted. Okay, maybe just take the stupid pawn. Oi, 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 oi.
It's winning, but it was so simple before.
Yeah.
Maybe she's in heavy time trouble here.
They're both, yeah. I mean, she was under a minute, but in this moment here, what was it? Queen c7. She'd played so perfectly. Maybe even this was good enough. And then queen f7. Huh?
Maybe yes. But
then the queen
e4 or something.
Yeah, no,
so
then
it's not necessary.
But okay, queen b8 was very easy.
Yeah, maybe if we look at that position of the queen e4. No, it's not relevant.
Let's see, is Marin still playing? No, Marin has won his game, so he is now probably watching this, standing next to her.
With horror. Could we see the execution in Marin's game?
Of course.
He had such a nice knight on d5 and active, fantastic pieces as well.
So
I think he enjoyed this.
So f4, we left it here. And Khan tried c4.
Desperate.
Yeah.
But what to do?
He took on e5. Took that, so now it's 2 pawns. Queen d4, and I think black resigned.
And the threat is, of course, e6.
Yeah.
And if he goes king g8, you can take on g6, or you can play...
I don't know what happened if he resigned before playing king g8, but the game was over here. We had no more moves.
Okay. It's easily winning. Yeah. For instance, rook takes g6.
G6 is enough, yeah. Nice game by Mihail Marin. And now let's see the end of Maria's game. So this is also still going. We'll watch the end of this and then we will call it a day. Let me see, there's also Joachim is also still fighting. Oof.
Is this a position?
Yeah, in Joachim's game.
Should we go back and see what happens? I'm so curious.
I was looking at the... so what happened?
We saw it after bishop f8 for white.
And he played bishop f7.
Yeah, använd.
Rook d3,
Bit passive, but okay.
rook e1, king d4, knight g5, bishop d5.
Bishop d5 is strange. Mm.
The bishops came off. So right now you are king 2 pawns up. And running that f pawn.
Perhaps he missed something there.
Yeah, maybe.
He lost. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe he had no. Rook f3 was a good move.
Yeah. So now we got this. And this.
Okay, so what's the situation now? Equal number of pawns. White has a bishop, which is normally preferable. But b5 is in danger. White could pick up the h4 pawn, perhaps. Black is threatening king f3. Maybe. Maybe, it's not sure, but maybe. Or just simply play f6 to f5.
I'm reading in the chat that instead of playing f4 here, maybe rook g3. Giving up the rook even.
Maybe, yes.
Yeah.
It looks very promising.
And those pawns, yeah. That looks nice.
Who suggested that?
Someone by the name of Pilopa, 84.
Pilopa.
Apparently bad things are happening in Maria's game. Oof. Oy, ay, 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 ay. And now it's a draw.
What happened here in the end? What did she play here?
She got a new queen here, which is...
She missed that.
Yeah. That's a heartbreaker. And the draw was agreed. That's tough. That is just... That one really, really hurts.
A good lesson.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, either you win or you learn, but this one, a good lesson, but a painful.
The best is to win and learn.
Exactly. This was a brutal, brutal lesson. We'll see the end of Joachim, and then we will be gone. Let's Chess Live. Thank you so much for the raid with a party of 55. Welcome everyone. My name is Fiona. I'm with Grandmaster Harry Schüssler. We're here in Uppsala, Sweden, looking at some over-the-board classical chess. But we've been here 4 hours. Today is a double round, so we will be gone soon. But thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. That's Ketty. Thank you. Thank you. F5.
White is trying to win here, because white can always draw this by taking on h4 and later giving up the bishop for the pawn, f-pawn. But the question is if white can even win the game.
That,
for instance, if white plays b5, then black can simply take it.
So white has gone here, you're saying. Thank you, Ketty. Thank you so much.
If we go there, black takes, and then goes king f3 and king d2, so it's a draw. So b5 is not an attempt to win.
So instead he is attempting this way. King f3. Now the bishop will go somewhere.
Something like a bishop f6 looks natural.
But now it's annoying because now also this is coming.
Yeah. But it's, if we have time, if we look at bishop f6, f4, if you go bishop b2 now,
Then
Then black can play king to somewhere,
maybe
g3.
not here.
Uh, I don't know. But it's okay because white cannot take now on a3
No,
because
but I was worried about this. Even here, I'm not sure if this is.
it's winning for white.
It's winning. Eh?
Yeah, because you will play bishop
Just bring
c1
the.
and just
I just
push.
came. Of course, of course.
Mm.
Yeah, sorry. So I was maybe not here. So.
No, because then you will. If you take white takes on a3, white will lose because the pawn will run.
Yeah, but I was concerned if
Mm. Yeah,
this.
yeah. King g3 is a mistake. I agree.
Yeah, so.
King g2 you have to play.
And now your point was that you cannot take here because the pawn.
No, in fact it's not such an easy position now for
No.
white. The f pawn is very strong. But
Bishop f6 and f4
yeah,
has
now
been played.
you have to play something clever here for white. It's not that easy.
But white can bail out, right? White can just, if
Yes,
he's
of course.
not sure,
The question is if white will win or not.
and he has gone king e5.
Bishop b5.
Yeah.
Is he satisfied with a draw or is that a winning attempt? Maybe it's a winning attempt.
Yeah, because now we have no good square for the king. Yeah?
No, but you can go to maybe to g3 with king. The idea is to play h4, king g4. And if h5 and f3.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
This is maybe a draw.
Yeah.
But it's not forced.
Yeah.
He played king e4.
King e4.
Yeah, it makes sense, of course.
King e4. Bishop e3.
D6. Mm. Now bishop g3. Now it's maybe winning, don't you think?
I don't know. I was wondering, can we somehow bring this knight? This will be, I mean, if Joachim also loses, it will be a painful end to the show to see Maria not convert this, to see Joachim lose what was a really promising position. Chess is a tough game. That's why, sometimes I think I'm so much better here in the commentary. Even here, it hurts me for Maria. It hurts me when I see these moments. I really feel that I feel their pain. But of course, I understand much less painful than if it were me sitting there. And yeah.
Is it white move now?
Yeah.
Black played king f3.
Right. Yeah, black
Which
king.
looks a bit stupid, but it makes sense.
And
So
bishop
now it's
b8.
kind of.
Will black just wait here? King g3, king f3, or what's the plan? But sorry, I don't understand. After king here,
Yeah, then you cannot take because
yeah.
you will lose
So
that ending.
king
So you
here,
play
yeah.
here, and now you threaten f3.
Uh-huh.
So you more or less forces white to take on f4, which is a draw.
Mm-hmm. So it might still be a draw, yeah.
Yeah, if black plays king g3, then h4 is not a winning attempt.
Yeah.
But what can you do? I mean, it's kind of mutual.
What happens if you try and bring the king?
Yeah, but then you can just take on b4, knight c2 and knight takes b4.
Ah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. So what was played? King e4.
Mm.
But even here, maybe white cannot make. progress, or
I don't know what's happening. Let's look. Maybe.
what do you do? H4? Or...
Yeah, we can try h4.
Ah, that has been played. H4 and King
King
F5.
f5. Yeah. h5. And now,
And
if you go there, you take on f4, and that's winning, because.
So wait, what do I do? I go here. Oh.
Or king g4 you take also, of course. So you have.
No, but king here.
Yeah, wait, you
Ah.
play f3 instead of king g4.
Yeah.
King g4.
Nice.
And then we have a game ending at 9 o'clock, because look what will happen here.
So, when this was, they've played this, F3,
Bishop g3.
bishop. So I have to refresh. Sorry.
We'll have a queen ending, I guess. King g4, and now h6 perhaps. Queen, and now. No, wait. He can always protect. We have no way of picking it up. Do we? I thought that. Wait, look. What happened now?
This is the game. Bishop g3, yes, so we can continue our analysis here.
My idea here was to play something like...
To play queen and pawn against queen.
Yeah, to play something like queen g7. What's happening then? Okay, maybe queen g8. Maybe queen g8. What happens then?
And you want to come and give me this check.
Maybe it doesn't work. If you go there, then queen b2. Queen a2, sorry. But maybe king h4 after
Let
queen
me just
b8.
see, did they play all this? Oh, this is, we will see this.
Have they played this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe after white will queen now, of course. It's just looking around for new queen.
Yeah, here's queened. Black will also queen, and I think
and now white has to play something clever here.
But queen g7 at least looks annoying, so maybe I have to go somewhere.
Maybe to h4. Because if you go to h2 or something like that, then we have this check on b2.
Again, yeah. So maybe h4 is the only square, yeah?
I guess so.
That's not easy to find. Okay, he has blitzed his way up to 3 minutes on the clock, but...
So after king h4, I don't see anything clever for white.
No,
do you?
No. I mean, now you even have to be not careful, but if you lose your pawn, then it will... Okay, queen g8. Now that's what we were saying, yeah? Yeah. So we think king h4 might be the only move to not lose the knight, right? Because if you step onto this rank, queen check will come on a2.
And if you go to
if
f4,
you go here, this would be the worst of all.
And if you go to f3, then
and if you go to f3,
queen b3, sorry.
But he's played king h4 already. He is sharp.
Yeah. And now maybe he's okay.
If white wants to draw, he will just give this perpetual, yeah.
It's very easy to draw for white. Yeah.
But I think we will see a draw now. What a fighting round.
If black moves his king between g4 and a4, if checked anywhere, I don't see any
way for white to improve.
To win the knight.
Yeah.
And I was afraid that we would end up in the queen
ending. I know, but we would not follow it, I can tell you. No. Because I think this afternoon I will be here by myself for 4 hours, so I'll need a little bit of a breather.
Mm.
I think we will see now King G4, Queen BE, Queen
Mm.
G7 and
Mm.
a draw.
I mean, even King G5 might be okay.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
yeah,
not such
yeah,
a big difference.
yeah.
Um, if there is, might be something clever, but I don't see it.
No, because the problem is you have to keep checking, otherwise, like you don't have any time to
Yeah,
do anything.
white can protect the knight if
Yeah,
nothing else
yeah.
with the queen.
And King G5, and I think that really is the end now. I think the game will end like this.
Mm.
That's my
It
prediction.
was a fascinating end
Yeah,
with a
yeah,
bishop versus the f pawn
yeah.
and the black just moving around and keeping
Mm,
the situation in a sensible way.
yeah.
So now, are there any danger here? There are certain squares that you want to avoid.
What if I just keep going here?
It's logical, yes.
At least you want to step onto white squares so that you don't get this check.
Mm. Yeah. Queen e4. Yeah, it's a should be draw now.
Yeah.
But white can of course try. No risk
But
involved.
now can't I just use my queen, and you cannot give this check because I have this check. Yeah.
Correct. But what about queen g3? The same? Yes. Queen g5 check. Yeah. So queen f6 is fine. I think he will do that because that forces issues.
Yeah, because then you have only these two checks which both get the queen off. Yeah.
Mm.
And he has
It's
2 minutes,
nice.
which is enough time
I
to.
think queen f6 is
It's
quite
nice
nice.
geometry, like.
He's just checking everything.
Yeah. And he's already played. Let's see. And queen f6. Nice job, Joachim. Very nice. Even chess is such a cruel game that even with this nice defense, then you go home and you will see maybe, oh, I could have even been winning. It's tough to be satisfied as a chess player. You just have to keep winning.
Yeah, this will be a draw.
Yeah.
I think we can
We will be
assume
gone
that.
very soon. I will send you over to the girls from #chess, and now we
this.
can.
I think white will take on g5 and then go b5 and
And
black
we
will
will
take
have bear
and that's
kings.
the end of it.
It's kind of fitting that we would end with bear kings here, don't you think, Harry?
Yeah,
I
he's
hope
good
he didn't
fight.
offer a draw now. Oh no, I know. Perfect. Bear kings, what more could we ask for? So, Harry, this might have been your last time. I'm still hoping maybe we'll have you back over the weekend. But thank you so much. It was so much fun having you
It
here.
has been a real pleasure.
It
here.
really has.
Fantastic chess, and I'm sure I will watch the games coming after 2 more hours or something. Yeah.
Yeah, in less than 2 hours.
1:45.
So I will be back in an hour 45. So I'll see you then, Harry. Thank you so much. It's been great. Big thanks also to our super producer, Axel, as always. And see you this afternoon. Bye bye.